All of a sudden I got nervous. That was fine a minute ago. The majority of the code changes are going to take effect in the energy codes, and I included in your packet an actual sheet of the majority of the codes and what the major changes were in all the different codes, but the majority of thing that's happening this year is going to be in energy. The biggest one is going to be that most all residential new construction is going to require solar panels, PV, electrical panels on the building. There will be some exemptions for shading and a few other things, but the majority of all houses are going to have solar power. And that's to try to get to the 2020 zero net energy that the state of California is requiring. So that's the biggest change energy-wise. There's some other changes in other codes, but they're mostly just minor for most of the things. One of the biggest ones possibly is because of the future electrification of houses that's coming for energy, is that there is a mandatory code that's came out in the electrical code that all water heaters in houses are going to have to be pre-wired for electric water heaters. That seems to be against what everything's been happening up to this point, because everything's been gas, but we are going towards all electric eventually in the future, so that's where we're at. We made a few changes in our municipal code. We have I've tightened the restrictions on our WUI requirements. The state requires that all new construction meet wildlife urban interface fire codes, and that's for new construction. Well, with the stuff that's happened around us, and we all know what happened in Paradise, I tightened the codes to where those requirements for windows and siding and fireproof exteriors of houses will apply also to any type of a remodel or addition to an existing house. So basically, if you re-side a house completely, 100%, the new siding has to meet the fire codes. I had a meeting with the fire department when we discussed this about 6 months ago, and they were all on board for doing as much as we can to make houses more resistant to wildfire. Windows, if you change out all the windows in the house, they have to be tempered glass, which is going to add some additional cost to remodel work, but everybody thinks it's a good thing to make houses a little more fire resistant in this area. So that's the biggest change in the municipal codes. I did some stuff. We had some studies done by the Engineers Association in town, the TTAA, on we've notoriously had some bad decks failures from rotten, decayed wood. And when the snow loads really bad, we get a lot of failures. So what they determined was that there needed to be something done to prevent the structural members of decks from getting wet and dry rotting over a period of years. So we've done some changes to our municipal code to where we require special flashings and waterproofing to be done to structural members to prevent that from happening. I brought a couple of pictures. If you're interested, I can show you primarily what we talk about. You can pass this down. This is typical failure of a deck because of snow loads from dry rot, and we're trying to prevent that from happening so that we don't have that collapsing decks in the future. So the only other municipal code that we've clarified, we did a lot of going through the existing codes and clarifying sections and numbers to make sure they all match the current codes, because those things change every time we do a code change. So that was all done. And then the only other item we added was that in previous years we've enforced a code requirement that any storage area that's attached to a residential unit can only have a light and a receptacle and a switch to control the light. Years ago, it used to be in the code, but now it's not. So the surrounding jurisdictions have added that to their municipal code, so that we decided to do that so we're all on the same page and we're uniform. So that's a requirement we have now in the municipal code. So, any questions? Oh, one more thing. There's been a lot of stuff talked about REACH codes and codes for future stuff when it comes to increasing the requirements for electrification of houses and stuff like that. So I'm in a process of doing a study with the electrical contractors and the electrical people to see what kind of codes we could possibly put in place that wouldn't adversely affect the cost of a house. There are certain things that if you go too far, it's going to raise the cost of construction quite a bit, and that goes directly against our affordable housing type stuff. So I am in a process of doing that, so we will come forward with some things in the future for you guys to consider that where Truckee might want to go with that kind of stuff. So, okay. Any other questions?
Okay, thanks, Dan. Any questions from council? Dan, I just have one question, and it's not really, maybe it's more of me just hearing myself say the question than anything else. Although it says mandatory, it seems to be much of these codes in California kind of go against what we're trying to do from an affordable housing standpoint, because the cost of building continues to go up. What happens if we said no? Just out of curiosity.
We can't.
So really we're just adopting something and being forced to say yes to something that they're making us say yes to?
It applies no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
So even if we don't take any action to adopt the state codes, they apply.
Yeah.
The only thing that we can do is make local amendments that make the state codes tougher in some ways, which is what Dan's proposed. But if we just do nothing, okay, state codes still apply.
Right. Which I knew that. It just seems to be, I don't know, a little bit of, I don't know. Anyways, all right, thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. I apologize if I missed it in the report, but for example, the picture you sent around with the deck and the dry rot, is that only for new construction, or if someone wants to add a deck or increase the size of one, how does the code changes relate as far as renovations versus
The municipal
new
code that I
constructions?
proposed is for any deck repair, replacement, or new. It has to be, because we get a lot of decks that are damaged and then rebuilt, but
Right.
they're rebuilt to the code where we prevent that from happening.
Okay, thank you.
Dan, just sort of one question, or maybe give you an opportunity to talk about. I understand there's a California Building Code Changes seminar that the town's putting on this coming Thursday from 2 to 5, or is that right? Yeah. So maybe too late to, I don't know if it's too late to sign up, if any building professionals.
No, it's not too late to sign up. The seminar that's happening on Thursday is a 2020 building code workshop that's being presented by Greg, from the building official from Nevada County. So he's coming, he did the presentation down there, and now he's coming up here to do it. We've put it out through CAT and through advertising on our website. We've got over 100 people coming to that code, because there are a lot of contractors that are apprehensive about the code changes, which they usually are. So we decided to do this as a public service for anybody that can attend, and you can attend right up to the last minute. Just come, basically what it boils out to. So there's no problem with that. And we put it up on a GoToMeeting site, so it'll be on a GoToMeeting.
Great.
So if you can't attend, and the information will be available where you can chime in that way. So
Great, and it'll be right here in this
right here in the
room.
council chamber.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other council questions?
Well, I guess tagging along to that, I know this is the one this Thursday is about the full code, but there was one that you did back in May that was very specific to the energy sections that we're changing. Are you going to be repeating that for anybody here?
Yeah, we can repeat it. It is available. We have the permission to use that, and anybody that wants it, we can send them the presentation, the PowerPoint display from the gentleman that did it, gave us permission to do whatever we want with it. So we could do it again, but it wouldn't be live. It would be a webinar or a PowerPoint presentation. So
Good to know. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to open this item up for public comment before we bring it back to council for discussion deliberations. So if there's any public comment, please step forward. If you wouldn't mind stating your name, and you'll have a 3-minute period of time.
Good evening, Mayor Tierman, members of the council. My name is Pat Davison with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. Don't worry, Dan, I'm not saying anything substantive. Just wanted to thank Dan and the town for hosting that workshop on Thursday. I think the high turnout shows the level of interest and curiosity about what the new codes have yet to bring. Also wanted to let you know we have a code committee in CAT that's looking through all of the codes. They've gone through the 5 fire codes. They now have Nevada County's code and the town's code. We don't have Placer County's yet, but if we have any questions or concerns, we know how to reach Dan. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring this back to council for deliberations. Who would like to start?
Well, I definitely want to thank Dan very much for that very detailed staff report, and a lot of great information in there. I think you're well aware of my interest in the REACH codes. I was not aware until the staff report about the special codes for the WUI and our interface there, and I commend you for coordinating that with the fire chief. I do think there's some specific things in the new code that actually work against our unique climate circumstance here and our unique occupancy pattern for many residents in particular. So I've shared some links and some resources, and I look very much forward to your return to that subject and having some more conversations. I am very sensitive to the fact that much of this does increase the cost of a house. And I think that needs to be weighed against the greenhouse gas emissions that are created in the lifespan of that structure. So this is a conversation that I think we should be having in the open and hearing all sides and making sure that we're making the most informed and best decision in balancing those two needs. Unless you want to get into some of the details, I actually had a bunch of examples of the specifics, but I think that's probably more between you and me than deliberating that, unless any of my fellow council members are interested in some of those specifics.
Thank you, Anna. Any other thoughts?
Not at the moment.
I would be interested in hearing your thoughts around the specifics, but I also feel like...
Your time is up, Jessica.
Thank you. But the bottom line right now is we don't have, as far as what I'm understanding, is we don't really have much of a choice right now. We need to accept what we have, but that we can continue the conversation, or we can revisit and then make... or talk about those items at some future point. I don't know.
I think that's what would happen. They would come back with some more specifics. I know they know the codes much better than I do, but just to give a couple of quick examples for you to understand what we're talking about here. Dan used the example of the electric water heaters. Right. Well, in a full-time residence, when you have an electric water heater, you can use that to store energy, but when we have a vacant property that's vacant through, except for maybe 3 to 4 weeks out of the year, that electrical system is recirculating all the time and it's using energy. Whereas if you have an instant water heater, which is gas powered, you're only using it when you're using it. But there's a cost differential there as well as a use differential. And when we build a house, we don't always know if it's going to be occupied full-time or part-time. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration. There's also some commercial issues where there's a code requirement where an hour before the occupancy of a building, you have to flush the building with fresh air. And that's because in most places in California, the air becomes stagnant overnight. Well, here, we've just expended a bunch of energy trying to keep that building at 50 or 55 degrees. You flush it with 10-degree air outside, and you've just wasted a huge amount of energy. Doesn't really apply to us here. We don't have an issue of fresh air need first thing in the morning. So there's some very unique circumstances to both the occupancy patterns and and our climate zone that I think we need to take into consideration.
And it sounds like these rules are statewide, so at this point in time tonight, there's no room for flexibility or extenuating circumstances or snow zone climates where maybe it's not going to be as effective or as efficient or as needed.
Those would specifically need to be developed and adopted separately, correct?
They would, because among other things, we have to come up with justifications for any deviations from the state standards. We can't water them down. We can't take anything away. All we can do is make them tougher. And even in order to do that, we have to have very specific justifications that we can't really do on the fly. So anything beyond what's been proposed tonight would require some time to study and then come up with the justifications. And of course, talk to Kat and other interested groups.
Well, in that case, it feels like I really have to be on board with what we're looking at tonight, but I would be curious to explore what other options it makes sense to maybe dig in a little bit deeper in the future.
There's a lot of
at an appropriate
possibilities there, yeah.
No comment. Great job.
Okay.
Actually, I'll go ahead and I just want everyone else to go first. So, and honest comments are actually very correct and on point, specifically for some of these things. But I'm just going back to the cost issue, and I know that what you said, Andy, I hear you. I know that's what we live in. But if you go around the building community at the end of the summer here, early fall, the cost of building for your average Truckee house, I'm not talking Mars Camp home, I'm not talking, we're at $400 a foot. It's just talking to someone about it now, and going up. It's not getting cheaper. And I just don't know how we can keep saying yes to things like this, that as much as I understand why, and safety why, and all these other reasons, but yet we're putting ourselves in a deeper and deeper hole every time we say yes. And my question to Andy, or staff, but particularly Andy, if what would happen if we said no, other than we can't say no, but what if we did? What would happen? And maybe it's not the place we make our fight, but it's going to keep going up. It's not going to get cheaper. Every single thing, every $1,000 extra cost, multiplied out on a 1,500 square foot home, at $400 a foot, you can do the math. It's probably more valuable than most homes that we all have to rebuild our same house. So it's not an answer. It's not really. I'm not really looking for anything other than making a statement that this is a problem, and we got to figure out as a town how we can handle some of the things that Anna is bringing up, as well as keeping the cost down if we're going to meet our goals to have affordable housing at any level. So that's what I'm going to say.
Okay, I think those are great points. Certainly the cost factor, and Anna, I absolutely would be receptive to considering, aspects of the code that may not be applicable here, even though it sounds like we've got to adopt them, but perhaps there are some areas within these new codes that we can modify based on our unique climatic conditions. And we definitely have very unique conditions here compared to the majority of California. So I think, fundamentally the new codes are going into effect primarily to focus on increasing energy efficiency. I think having photovoltaics on homes makes sense. And when you consider and you look at different parts of our country, particularly out west, you can fly into Phoenix or Reno and Las Vegas and think, gosh, if every one of these homes had a photovoltaic array on the roof, what a difference and impact that would have on our use of electricity. So I think there are some positive aspects to this code, but I agree with the code changes, but I agree with the pressures, the increasing pressures it's putting on costs, and we are already at the ceiling in terms of costs. It's cheaper to buy a home than it is to build one today in Truckee on a cost per square foot basis. So with that, I think we've got to move forward, right? Okay, so I'm going to entertain a motion.
I move to, approve the building code standards ordinance.
I think the recommended action includes setting a public hearing for your next meeting to do a second reading of that ordinance.
Yeah, the procedure on these is slightly weird, so we have to approach it a little bit differently than we do with other ordinances. Normally, if there is a hearing, it's the first reading and the second reading is on consent. With building code adoptions, tonight is sort of the less dramatic one, and then the hearing comes with the second reading and adoption.
Okay, so this one is introduce and waive the first reading of ordinance 2019-9 and set a public hearing for November 26, 2019 to consider the second reading and adoption of the ordinance, and direct town clerk to publish the necessary notices.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so I think that particular motion passes, and we will look for a more dramatic hearing in 2 weeks. All right. With that, we are going to move on to item 7.2, staff report regarding the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission, otherwise known as HPAC, appointments. And Yumi Don is going to lead us through this item.
All right. Good evening. As you noted, this is the HPAC appointments, and we do this every 2 years since HPAC is on a rolling 4-year schedule where a certain portion of our members are up for reappointment. So just to give you an overview, HPAC is a citizens advisory body, the volunteer, that assists and advises the Planning Commission, Town Council, and town staff on historic preservation matters. The commission also makes reviews and makes recommendations on historic design review applications. It is comprised of 5 members who are appointed by the Town Council, which is why we're here today, and it's made up of 2 professional members, so members that are within the field of architecture, history, architectural history, planning, or other historic preservation related disciplines. 2 lay members who have a special interest, competence, experience, or knowledge in historic preservation or in Truckee history, and 1 member of the Truckee Donner Historical Society. And as I stated, it rotates on a 4-year schedule. So right now our current members are Brendan Riley, who's a professional member, and Carol Sesko, who's a lay member, and both of them are not up for, their seats are not up tonight. They are on the other 4-year cycle. Tonight, there's Vanjie Whiteman, who's a professional member, Bill Kenny, a lay member, and Sean Mortier, who's from the Truckee Donner Historical Society. So those are 3 appointments that are up today. So we've received 7 applications for HPAC, which is actually pretty exciting. We don't usually receive that many in past experience. We received applications from our current members, so Vanjie Whiteman, Bill Kenny, Sean Mortier have all submitted applications for reappointment. Ruth Cross has submitted an application for a potential lay member position. Brian Rickauer also submitted an application for a potential lay member position. However, he did submit his application after our deadline, so tonight we're recommending that we don't consider his application but encourage him to apply in the future. Jody Sweet also applied as a potential lay member, and then Heather Raincow also applied as both a potential professional member and a potential lay member. So since we only received 1 application from a Truckee Donner Historical Society member, we are recommending that the Town Council reappoint Sean Mortier to fill this position. And we received 4 eligible applications for the professional member, Bill Kenny, Ruth Cross, Heather Raincow, and Jody Sweet. And we can go through each of those, each of their backgrounds if you'd like. I did want to note that Bill Kenny has been an HPAC member since 2013. He has experience reviewing a wide variety of projects. He's the owner of a Category C historic resource building and has also seen HPAC from the other side of the counter. Ruth Cross owns a home in the district and has lived in Truckee for 47 years. Heather Raincow has a MS and BS in civil engineering and has 15 years of combined experience in civil engineering, design, and construction management. And she owns a business that focuses on entitlements, owner representation, and feasibility of development projects. Jody Sweet has a specific interest in history, the Southern Pacific Railroad, and Chinese history, and has lived in Nevada. His family has lived in Nevada County since 1846. Today, staff is recommending that the council reappoint Bill Kenny to fill this position. He has a wider variety of experience reviewing historic design review projects in his 6 years as an HPAC member. The town council resolution that outlines HPAC's requirements identifies preference for those members that reside, work, or own property or a business in the historic district. He has proven to be passionate about the job, and he has consistently attended meetings. As for the professional members, there are two applications. Vanjie Whiteman, who has 13 years of previous HPAC experience, is a licensed architect, has extensive experience reviewing architecture within the context of various community guidelines through her job and her service on various design review boards throughout the region. And she has experience reviewing a wide variety of historic design projects as well as other design projects within the community. Heather Rankow, we've gone through her background, but she has a BS and MS in civil engineering and owns a business that focuses on entitlements and owner representation. Tonight, staff is recommending that the council reappoint Vanjie Whiteman to fill this position. She has provided exceptional design insight in the past, and she has demonstrated a great understanding of preservation goals versus economic and aesthetic viability. She has a warm and friendly attitude that facilitates discussion, and she has extensive knowledge of the historic preservation regulations and development standards. And she has consistently attended meetings. So tonight, staff is recommending that the town council reappoint Sean Mortier, Bill Kenny, and Vanjie Whiteman to HPAC for 4-year terms, which would end in 2023.
Thank you, Yumi. Just to clarify, there were a couple of slides. I think the professional and lay words were reversed, or like, yeah, and I think it was on one other. So this should be lay members.
That's correct.
And then I think towards the end there was one that said, well, anyway, reverse. But I think we understand the recommendation here. So, any council questions? Okay, no council questions. Any public comment?
Hi, I was asked by Heather Rankow to make a public comment in her place, as she was unable to make it this evening. This is...
And your name, please?
My name is Ann Fleur Dwyer.
Okay.
And I am reading this comment from Heather Rankow. Per the staff report, it seems as though staff is recommending the reappointment of 3 existing HPAC members. Unlike the Planning Commission, Town Council as a whole, with no term limits, reappoints HPAC members. I do not necessarily disagree with the reappointments, but I do think that Town Council should watch and pay attention to the discourse, both public and by the committee, that has been occurring at the HPAC meetings that garner a larger audience. HPAC is an extension of the planning department, and it begs the question on whether term limits or appointment by specific town council members should be brought forward as a new measure for selection, same type of selection as the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Fleur? Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring this back to council for direction, deliberation. Anyone care to start?
I'm in agreement with staff's recommendation at this point, and do not have any additional anything to add.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm very grateful for the other applicants, and it's really encouraging to see so many interested parties. And I think Heather Rankow brings up an interesting point, and I've had discussions with people about term limits in other areas, and so maybe that is something that we could talk about at a future point. But at this point in time, I would like to support the staff recommendations. If these individuals are working collaboratively and being productive, then I think we would want to continue to support that.
Heather's comments are actually, I like continuity. I think it's actually kind of a specialty area, I get why following staff recommendations make sense. And in this case, I think I'd support the same thing. However, with what Anna said, I agree with that. So we should at least consider the idea of getting a variety of more people involved. And it's great to get applications, but getting more people involved means putting more people in positions to have opportunity to say something and do something. And if they feel empowered, we're going to get more people involved. So kind of looking at the bigger picture down the road, I think it is something we should consider how to handle something like that in the future, if we could make a change, or at least what the consequences would be if we did, and that kind of stuff. So as it stands now, I support it. Staff.
I agree with what's been said, that I'm fine with supporting the staff recommendation, but it does make sense that in the future, as we see, and I'm very appreciative of people's interest and desire and willingness to participate in the community, so to really honor that and look at how we can maybe explore ways to make it so that we can allow as many people as possible to have their voice heard. But I don't know that tonight's the most appropriate time to be doing that. So, but at some point in the future, I do think it would make sense and really be beneficial for the community overall to look at that.
And I think this is a great opportunity to remind our public, both here in the House and watching, hopefully, that all of these are public meetings. And just because they're not serving as a planning commissioner or an HPAC member doesn't mean that they don't have a voice. You can come to these meetings, you can have your public comment, you can engage in the dialogue and be an active participant in that member. And I mostly want to encourage people to provide written public comment in advance, because that not only gets to all of us, but all the planning commissioners and the department heads, and it gives us some outside perspectives, which are really, really valuable when you're up here sitting on the dais. And the opportunity to read those ahead of time and contemplate them a little bit is very, very beneficial. So that's to everybody out there.
I think our community is very fortunate to even have a Historic Preservation Advisory Commission, which means that we have a historic downtown, unlike many, many other communities. So it's something to cherish. I think the commission plays an important role. I do support staff's recommendation as well, and do want to thank the other applicants who took the time out to submit an application and have an interest in serving on the commission. It's true. I think there is a good thing to continuity. I also think on the other side of the coin, there's something to be said for refreshing in making changes. But I think in this instance, we've had members of the commission who have served for many, many years, who have done so very ably, and are willing to continue their good work. So yeah, that's where I'm at, and I think I would encourage folks to keep looking at the commission and think about reapplying the next time seats are available. I think with that, we'll entertain a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll approve the staff recommendation to reappoint our current planning or HPAC members for 4-year terms to 2023.
Thank you, Anna. You have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dave. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, staff recommendation carries. Thank you. Thank you, Yumi. Item 7.3 is a staff report on the direction of fiscal year 2019-20 and a $2 million general fund housing designation spending. And I think looks like Danielle, you're going to walk us through this item.
Sorry to the audience for not being able to see my PowerPoint. I can describe it for you. That's very green, kind of like a green apple. With bubbles. Just so you can visualize that while I'm talking. I try and keep the presentations interesting. We do a lot of them, and I know it's a lot of information sometimes. So tonight I'm presenting for the general fund housing designation spending, and since we don't have the slides for everyone, I think I'll just do a little bit more of the background than I had on the slides, just so everyone can kind of get a sense of why we're talking about this tonight. So although this seems a little bit spontaneous, really this goes back 3 years, that the council's efforts to really focus more heavily on housing did start 3 years ago. And actions like initiating a general plan update were part of it, but because of community dialogue about what reached a crisis mode, the council really wanted to put more focused efforts towards finding solutions to create housing that's affordable for people living and working in Truckee. And as part of that, there was a lot of focus on creating a housing work program. And then the planning staff spent a lot of time doing the House Truckee First process, which is still in process. It's morphing into other things like the SB2 grant process. But ultimately all with the same collective goal to be able to find solutions. So when that housing work program came out in its first version, so Yumi put that together, there was a lot of focus on starting the Mountain Housing Council. So if we kind of look back, that was 3 years ago, setting aside $50,000 a year for 3 years to kind of have that kind of greater community dialogue. Being able to look at Gray's Crossing, that was a big point of focus when we were working with the Truckee Donner Public Utility District on what could happen with some of the vacant Gray's Crossing parcels, and then really digging into other things that were creating some challenges within the community. Homeowners associations that weren't allowing for second units, looking at why people weren't building accessory dwelling units or secondary units as we call them. What's going on with funding? How do we actually create housing? What are our programs that we have or don't have? What are things other jurisdictions are doing? What do we want to tackle first? So we kind of went through this whole list and presented that to council as part of the work program and have been chipping away at this list, I would say, continuously for the last 3 years. We also adopted a housing element in that meantime, too. So there's been quite a bit of work that's gone on to look at this issue. But when we got in the budget cycle last year and really started to talk about what the council thought was important in the community, there was very specific action to take $2 million of general fund and set it aside specifically to put towards housing solutions. Not with any specifics at that time because we wanted time to kind of look at options. And although we're presenting this to you now, this isn't a final package. This is a, hey, let's check in with you, council, and get some public input before we wholly decide what to do with this $2 million because it's a one-time amount of money. It's not necessarily regenerating itself without continued funding. It's not enough to do an entire project. We do think it's enough to do a lot of pilot work, if we want to call it that. And so that was a little bit of the perspective that we took as we were kind of working through past actions with the work program. And then also as we continued forward to have the General Plan Advisory Committee also weigh in on some of these options of, you know, if you're given this money and you have sort of some perspectives about what to do, what do you want to do with that money? Just rolling through these. So what I did in the staff report is I kind of put together a chart that summarized what the GPAC, General Plan Advisory Committee, looked at. And in part because when they first started talking about solutions, they said, well, what are our criteria? Like, how do we even make a decision about what to do with this money if we haven't really talked as a group about what's important to us? And so they spent the first part of their discussion really honing in on what those criteria should be. And the first thing that came out was, well, we've been doing a really good job of attracting some of these developers that do larger, purely affordable projects. So that's the Artist Lofts, that's Hennis projects like that are out there. We've got Frischman Phase 2 under progress. We've got the Coldstream 48 units that is already approved. So we had a lot of these projects kind of in the works, and they said, what we feel like is kind of missing right now is the missing middle. It's sort of that working class within Truckee that just can't seem to get ahead. A lot of people are interested in purchasing homes or having housing that's available and are struggling. So that was really kind of their primary focus group. And from there, they went through and kind of looked at, okay, well, what do we want to do with it now? And really looking at more near-term than long-term solutions, so spending the money within 24 months, and then using sort of this list of 4 criteria that they came up with to kind of guide the rest of their discussion. So they wanted to look at innovation, so something that hadn't been done before within the town already, something that would have the greatest impact or programs that would have the greatest impact, looking at things that would deliver the fastest results. So something that isn't going to be years and years in the making. They didn't want to spend a lot of money on process necessarily. It was sort of how do we help people now versus later.
And really within that was kind of prioritizing some diversity that we don't have now and looking at how to unlock units. So kind of with that filter on, they went through and decided that if they could just focus on the diversity of housing types and unlocking units, there might be some options within there, and that's where their kind of brainstorming session focused. And so when I packaged that in the staff report, their diversity of housing types landed on the ADU program, which, they talked about Placer County's program, talked about how that does provide a variety of housing types depending on, you can do smaller units, larger units. They're dispersed throughout the neighborhoods. They're not isolated to one particular location. So they saw benefit in that. Talking about mobile home parks, would there be some sort of program that the town could look at that would either subsidize rent or purchase a mobile home park or help the existing mobile home parks become nonprofits or something like that? Is there a way to do tiny homes on trailers in Truckee and have them actually work where they're not freezing or can be a habitable dwelling? And then ultimately came back to incentives, really looking for those opportunities. On the other side, kind of the unlocking units side, we talked a little bit about the Vail Indeed program. So this is a program that Vail has where they're essentially buying a restriction on a single family home to keep it as a local's home in perpetuity or until the owner decides they could sell it out if they want. But really the goal is that they've almost created a secondary housing market that makes those units available to locals and not part of that second homeowner investor pool. So could that program work here? Short-term rental regulations, continuing the community discussion on that and whether or not that would have an impact on unlocking units. Also looking at regulations for residential cannabis because we kind of focused on the commercial discussion, but we didn't so much get into the residential and whether or not our ability to kind of go in and regulate what happens in residences might free up some of the grow houses that we know are out there, although we're not clear on how many that is. Could that be a possibility? And then incentives. They talked about many, many more ideas. When Jenna packaged this information for GPAC, she went through a whole series of what I call kind of skiing icons. Like you could go down the easy path and you could go down the medium path that's sort of an intermediate run, or you could go down the really difficult path that's going to take us a long time to be able to get through it. And I think visually that helped everyone kind of process that. Sure, there's lots of things that the town could throw this money at, but some of them could be years and years of effort that may not be quite targeting these criteria that they came up with, although beneficial, or if the goal is really to kind of go through quickly and try and help people now, then we'd want to stay in sort of the easier categories that they were looking at. So looking at all of that, it came back to sort of some fundamental questions for council to consider. What are the council's housing priorities? So are they similar to what GPAC had as their criteria? Do you want to focus on missing middle? Do you want to do something sooner than later? I didn't even put in there, but as part of the discussion of, do you want the money to come back to be reused? That wasn't something that we got into a lot of detail, but if it's sort of being dedicated to certain purposes, sometimes that money is just paid for and shifted and not necessarily available to reuse over and over again. So those are things, as you talk about this as a council and you hear public comment on trying to look at what are the best ways to kind of meet the council's priorities, the community's expectations in spending this money. I think what you saw in our staff report is that without having understood some of your criteria, we didn't want to wholly jump in and spend a lot of staff hours going through any number of these different programs that we could create, because that's an intensive research and development effort on our part. What we wanted to do is come in with a gut check and say, we think the ADU program for us is something that's very doable. We think by March we could have something that's on the ground. We think if council was willing to dedicate up to $500,000, we could use some of that money for marketing, which is going to be a big component of this, because right now I think some of the hurdle in our community is that there's a perception it's just difficult in general. It's not something people do on a day-to-day basis. There's a big financial commitment, and they want someone to hold their hand through the process that makes it very easy. And to do that, we would need to have a good marketing package to go with that. We'd also need to have a staff person trained to be that go-to to kind of explain the program and make it very easy and welcoming for someone to want to go through that process.
And that is something that we can bring back to council once we refine. So if we decide, yes, that's a program that we want to initiate, we can come up with more specifics of how much we would want to spend in each category or however that works, so that council has some comfort level of how that's money being spent. We can do that. And then we didn't suggest at this point kind of allotting the rest of the money until you've had this discussion. And in part because the staff is working on some other things within the community right now where there could be benefit in having that money available. There could be some affordable housing projects that are already entitled that have a financial gap that may come in and request to have that gap filled up somewhat by the town. There could be projects such as at Coldstream that might benefit from some additional discussion with the staff and maybe some contribution by the town to create a product that truly is available for locals. That's an example of something that could hit the ground running quickly that we think would have benefit. And obviously there's a ton of different options that GPAC talked about that you're aware of that are out there. But like I said, because we want to make sure that you've had the opportunity to kind of provide some more clear direction from us, we didn't want to wholly jump in and kind of say, spend all this money now. But we do think the ADU program would be a good starter for us to be able to actually deliver to the community and would provide the benefit that met the criteria that at least GPAC developed. So with that, I'm going to sort of conclude my presentation because I didn't have that many slides for it anyway. Jeff seems like he wants to add something too.
I'll just add one quick comment. Part of the other reason for kind of holding back a little bit on some of these other options, because I think some of them are potentially very exciting, but we anticipated the housing coordinator position would have been filled by now. I mean, we certainly tried the first go around. Had we got someone the first go around, we would have had that person up and working, and it would have been a great capacity builder to sort of explore some of these somewhat complicated programs like an Indeed program. So we still anticipate that position is still really important. It's looking better and better, but it's not filled yet. So that's another reason why we're sort of saying let's not spend the full $2 million. We think we've got some very good options, which could be Frischman 2. It could be the town's own property. As you know, we have the Riverview property, and we're contemplating some uses there that could include some housing. The Indeed program may work, but we haven't figured out the legal logistics of it quite yet. And Danielle's been working with some of the Coldstream builders to see if there might be something there. So there's things in the works that could quite quickly get us some movement on units or future units, but we didn't want to put those forward quite yet.
Okay, thank you, Danielle and Jeff. At this time, we'll open this up for any council clarifying questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have a ton. Mostly it was in relation to sort of timing and direction. And I guess just one question is, to what level of direction are you really looking for us tonight? Is it broadly, yes, proceed with an ADU program, or would you like us to sort of get more in the weeds and say, hey, an ADU program sounds great, but these are the restrictions that we either want to see for somebody to get some type of assistance, or this particular ADU program is really just for long-term rental, or how would you like us to frame exactly the conversation that we're having? And just to also clarify, you're not looking for necessarily an action. This is just a little bit of a directive conversation, correct?
Yeah, it's directive. So, you can be specific if you want, but I think your dialogue will essentially help us in understanding where you want to go. Specific for the ADU program, I think if you talk through the criteria that you think are important, then that's going to help us focus that program even more so than we already have developed to this point. What I didn't say in my presentation is that UMI's done a lot of work. The Mountain Housing Council has done work. We obviously have a lot of resources that we've already researched to figure out what things are effective. So, for example, we've looked at whether or not not it makes sense for the town to have plans drawn up by an architect and basically provide those as models for someone to come in and say, I'll take model A and I want to put it on my lot. We don't think that's as effective as a program like Studio Shed, where Studio Shed's going to wait to design your second unit until you're ready so that it meets that current code cycle. Where if we're designing them as the town, then every change in code cycle, we have to go through a whole new set of plans and a whole new set of engineering, and it's not as effective. And then it becomes very expensive, where Studio Shed's model is just a better model for our community. So there's things like that we've already done the research on that I think for us, we can help the public in understanding if you want to build one of these, like, we've done that work for you. We understand sort of the trade-offs and cost. We hope to kind of find the contractors out there, Kat, that are willing to partner with us and create a list like we used to have when we were doing the wood stove program more actively before sale, that we had sort of a list of people who are pre-approved, that just everything to make it easy is our goal. So I think if you have specifics, great, but I think your criteria is really going to give us the direction we need.
And then shifting just a little bit to like a down payment assistance program and or a low interest loan program, so basically I know that the Martis Fund currently has the program open. It's being run through Sierra Business Council. I don't know. I did try to get a hold of somebody there today, but I wasn't able to. I don't know what the fund balance is. I don't know if anybody in the audience does. If you do, when you make your public comment, that'd be fantastic. But what would it look like to sort of have like a reserve flexibility fund that we can direct and say, hey, if these opportunities come up, these fit what we're trying to do, without necessarily allocating a couple $100,000 or something like that to it? Is that within our realm of possibility?
Yes.
I would say yes, but it is helpful for us to understand if that is a program that you want us to pursue. That's a big chunk of money, because with the median home sales price right now, to provide a 20% down payment assistance is going to be quite expensive, over $100,000. And so you may set aside $500,000 or $1 million and maybe not be able to help as many people. So it just depends on what your criteria is. But we've done that program before. We've funded that. So we're familiar with it.
But if there are any of these ideas kind of from the list of options that we're exploring that really appeal, and they appeal to a majority of council, that'd be very helpful, because it can focus our research efforts, because we're probably not going to be able to research a dozen things at once. And so that would actually be really helpful if you can sort of say, here's some ones that stand out to look at for the next chunk of money.
And my goal would be to bring back whatever those programs are to you also. So it's not just a staff went off and spent this money. You're giving us general guidance. We're looking at how all of those pair together and how they fit within that, if it's $1.5 million or whatever it ends up being, we can show you how those work together.
Great. Thank you. I will reserve the rest of my content for our next round.
All right.
I think I just want to confirm, because for the past few years, whenever I've thought about the ADUs, I've always had in mind that the town doesn't have precedence over the homeowners associations and their rules and regulations, and so that it's really hasn't been something we've had the capacity to explore before. But now, with the recent bills that have been adopted, any program, we all have to now shift our thinking to the fact that they will be allowed throughout the entire town. And so any program is going to be once those new regulations come into effect, so that we really can let go of this. I feel like I've had this weight of like the HOAs don't allow it, and we can let that go now.
It opens up a lot of areas. Not everywhere would still be opened up. Septic areas, for example, still aren't allowed, but the biggest one being Town Honor, particularly because they did have a prohibition, and now that prohibition is no longer, will be no longer valid as of January 1, right, Andy? Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it absolutely is a game changer in terms of our ability to provide incentives that might be meaningful.
Right.
I'm just going to, and to follow up on Jessica, so do we have to be wary in any way of putting together a program that will then be in conflict with one of the HOAs, whether it's from a design perspective or square footage or anything like that, regardless of ADU? right, that state legislation exists, but are there other underlying CC&Rs that are going to trump something that we try to put in place, which will just further, we could spend a couple $100,000 getting something up and running, have a few $100,000 to actually execute it, only to find that we can't do it as much.
Yeah, I mean, there's opportunity within this program for us to work with the homeowners associations, and obviously Tahoe Donner is going to be the biggest one that, as much as they may want to heavily regulate what these look like, if it creates an unreasonable burden and creates the effect of prohibiting the unit, then that's something that the homeowner could challenge. So I think for us we had already planned to talk to them kind of about the new regulations and kind of explain to them, like, if we partner, then we'll have greater success, right? You may be able to come up with some simple things that meet some of your design criteria, while at the same time your homeowners are going to be educated about what's actually legal. So there's just a good opportunity in there to kind of join those together. My sense is that even Studio Shed's product is something that would be pretty compatible with Tahoe Donner. They're pretty simple, and if Tahoe Donner said come back with a gable design or something, I'm sure Studio Shed would be open to that. Or there's other similar companies that could do something like that.
And that actually leads into my other question. So I didn't have a chance to look at the Studio Shed website, but I'm assuming that you've looked into it, and so they are able to provide buildings that meet the snow load or the climate, the requirements really that any building would need to have to be in this.
Yeah, I mean, they're essentially like a kit design. So you pick, which model you want, and there's square footages. You can get them with nothing in them. You can get them with stuff in them. If you want, a kitchen in it with a bathroom, or if you just want it empty, it's kind of up to you. And then the price varies, obviously, depending on what you want with that. But because they're able to look at those as a model design, then they can work on the engineering based on whichever one you pick and do the snow load rating for your unit based on your lot, which is why we think that's a more effective program than the town coming up with its own set of plans, which, like I said, would change. So most of these companies that do production builds like this understand that there's, whether it's wind, snow, whatever the requirements are in different jurisdictions, that they can address it through how they do the structural engineering on them.
We've gotten into some of the detail, but if you step back a little bit on this ADU program, it's really, I think our thinking is based on kind of two concepts. One is lower the costs. Whatever can be done, whether it's a fee that gets paid out of this fund, or a building permit that gets paid out of this fund, or a ready-made design that reduces construction costs. Any way to put the cost down, because that's been the thing over and over again that the people have said is the reason that doesn't make sense. We love the idea of an ADU, can't do it, too expensive. The second sort of concept is to kind of provide a graduating scale of incentive or subsidy. So the more you provide a benefit to community housing, perhaps the higher the subsidy. We haven't figured out what those plateaus look like, which is a little complicated, but if you're willing to not do short-term rentals, maybe you get X. If you're willing to not do short-term rentals and go local, and put a deed restriction on, you get X, 2X. If you're willing to do that and some affordability, you get 2X plus X, right? We haven't put the meat to those plateau stages, but that's sort of the concept. We just have to work out the bugs and bring you back an actual ordinance package with the costs, the dollars associated with it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, staff, who answered most of my questions ahead of time, so I'll bring that into the discussion. Just one follow-up question, though. Staff gave us the example of the Placer County ADU program, which hasn't, reportedly anyway, seen a huge amount of interest. We seem to think that we have a different market here, but that does require marketing, and we really don't have any idea how many people are interested in doing this or willing. So is there a need to understand that before we launch into these graduated scales that we're talking about to try to incentivize that?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of the marketing, is figuring out your audience more clearly.
Yeah, so that we can figure out what their pain points are, perhaps, and that can inform our decision. So that's really what I'm interested in finding out. And then, how and when and who does that. And I assume that then needs to be paid for out of this $2 million, right? Because it's going to be some sort of consultant or support. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I was curious about the deed restriction program, the one we've heard a lot about, Vail Indeed. Very, very simple sort of comment at the end of the staff report about not recommending it at this time. What are sort of the complexities that go along with that program that are causing some pause at this moment?
I just haven't really started looking into it in any detail. It hadn't been something that was kind of on the radar that much. I mean, I'm aware of how the program functions in general, and I know that it works wonderfully well under Colorado law. I just have to digest the details in a bit more detail, and then make sure that it works under California law. There are some restrictions that that California courts will not recognize. There's some kinds of what are called restraints on alienation, where if you limit who can purchase a property, that can be deemed to be invalid. So we just have to, that's the principal one, is having to compare how the program works with the restrictions on restraints on alienation. And there's some other issues that are too complicated to go into at the moment that arise anytime you have a sort of locals only program.
The other challenge with that type of program is, as Danielle mentioned, in first-time home buyer or somehow helping folks with their mortgage to get to the 20%. This is a high value item, well over $100,000 per unit. So when you have a limited amount of one-time funding, it may not be the most effective way to get as many folks help as possible. So that was another consideration of kind of looking at the opportunity to help or to affect more opportunity.
Okay, so the deed restriction program, I mean, it sounds like the impediment right now is just doing the research, understanding the legalities of such a program.
Yeah, we did commission a memo from a law firm that specializes in housing issues about sort of locals only for sale programs, and there are some issues that we'd have to work through if we can get there at all. Okay. But we will be reporting back on the ins and outs of something like the Indeed program and how feasible that would be in California.
Okay, great. And then Kim, to your point, I think Danielle touched on this as well. First-time buyer assistance program, yes, normally a down payment is 20%. But it's also possible to qualify, I guess, certain income level for a 10% down payment. Couldn't we also consider, a partial instead of a full 20%? We would offer a 10% assistance, and the buyer would have to find the other 10%. I mean, that's another way to kind of bring those costs down. Overall.
Yeah, I mean, there's a myriad of opportunities, just how much it costs them for their primary loan based on what the down payment is.
And our general sense right now is that a lot of people have less than 3% as their down payment contribution, and anything less than 20% is going to cause the PMI to kick in, which, obviously just makes it more expensive in the long run. So, that is an option, but I think there probably wouldn't be as many people who would be able to kind of come up with that difference.
And one thing we have considered in the past is sort of the average subsidy or the maximum subsidy that one would get per unit in any sort of affordable or workforce housing program. And historically, if you look back, it's been in the range of $10,000 to $20,000. The last batch, more like $16,000. At least the BA study of a couple of years ago, if you remember, showed us that. That's a fairly modest subsidy when you're looking at $80,000 Indeed programs and those kinds of things. Now, we may be in a different universe, and I think that may be something we just have to kind of grapple with, and perhaps we may get some assistance on, is everybody else in that same universe? But historically, we've kind of cringed when the subsidy gets real high, and I just think we just have to have our eyes open and decide, yep, we're going to have to go to a higher subsidy to make this work in today's market, or no, we want to, hold the line at something similar.
Okay. And then just a couple more questions. bigger projects on the horizons that could perhaps benefit from some sort of a subsidy? I think you mentioned a couple, Frischman Hollow 2.
Frischman 2.
And then, was it Coldstream Canyon as another one? Was that?
Right, the Coldstream Affordable Project, that's the 48 units. And then also the work that's happening with the small lots in the village of Coldstream. So that's a product that Built, who's a home builder, has come in to do. And so we're having discussions with them kind of about the product types and affordability of those. So that's another option.
Could be others, and I'm going to continue to keep putting our own property on the table, because I think it's time to start taking that seriously, and that requires some money just to analyze, study, do site designs.
The other ones too would be the outcome of the SB2 process. That if there are a few that rise to the top that council really wants to see the rezone happen, it just depends on which project, but maybe those would have some hefty infrastructure tied to them, where they would need some assistance or something like that.
Okay, so it sounds like there are quite a few things potentially percolating out there that might benefit from these funds. And then lastly, don't we have today certain incentives for ADUs in place? Are there for example, permit fee reductions if you're below a certain square footage? Is that
I mean, if you're building something less than 500 square feet, you're going to pay less money. So that's an incentive that's already in place. But again, most people don't know what the regulations are, and so they wouldn't necessarily understand what the incentives are either. And that's part of this kind of marketing pitch.
Yeah, getting the word out.
Yeah, and then Laura and Yumi are also working on some additional development code changes that will go to Planning Commission in December, so that we can be ahead of when the state's ADU changes go into effect for December 1st, because there was like 7 laws or something passed that we're trying to catch up with. So we want to get ahead of those. But those will be other incentives kind of built into what the state's allowing.
And based on state law, an in-house ADU unit doesn't pay impact fees.
Okay.
They pay building permit fees and stuff, but the concept is the impact has already occurred by the box, if you will.
Okay. Great. Any other council questions? We're going to open this item up for public comment. Is there any public comment? You could, as you approach the podium, think about stating your name, and we'll give you 3 minutes each.
Great. Hello, good evening. My name is Heidi Alstead. I'm with the Martis Fund. I just wanted to answer David's question. The board has recently allocated another $500,000 to the down payment assistance program. So if you have any other questions about the program, I'm happy to answer those as well.
While you're up there, could we grab a question off of her? I mean, how many people have utilized it in the past year? And how much have you spent?
Since 2016, we've put $1.4 million into the program and have housed 32 families. Quickly, I'll tell you about the loan is up to $50,000 or 10% of the loan. So, and then that's a 3% interest rate that they pay back at the end of the loan period.
So the majority,
it goes back into the program.
Majority has been at that $50,000 mark for each family?
Yeah, between 30 and 50,000, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been very successful. And the last round of funds were gone within maybe 6 months.
So they come up with the other 10% or so?
Yes.
So kind of like what we were just asking about. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And what percentage of those are in Placer County versus town of Truckee?
I'd have to look at that. Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head, yeah.
How many families apply versus families that receive assistance? I mean, the 32 families, that sounds significant, but have you had like 150 that wanted help? Or what are those numbers looking like?
Yeah, I'd have to look at that number as well, but we definitely have people who have applied who didn't qualify. You have to work and live in the community. At least 51% of your income has to come from the local area. Mm-hmm. So we have turned people away for potentially, working out of, they work from home, they work remotely, but we can't, we just want to really keep this local. So that's what we're looking at right now. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Good info.
Hi, I'm Dave Wilderauer. I live in Tahoe City, but I own property out here in Truckee, including a trailer park. And I was just coming tonight just to listen to see what it was all about. And I'm very encouraged with Jeff's comments that the potential for someone on staff to be a housing czar or whatever we end up calling that person, because I'm pretty aware of building things. But I even get intimidated walking into the building department and saying, how can I do what? It'd be great to have someone that's on my side that I can call up and say, hey, I got this potential. Can you help me figure out what to do? And I go to my Ward Young is who I use in Truckee, and they don't know either. So I don't, where do I go? I think the fire department's the first place. Anyway, I don't. So by having someone that can answer those questions for me, not with a no, but in, oh, wow, that might be exciting. Let's talk about it. So whatever that takes out of this $500,000, if it's in the marketing aspect, I think that's huge. The young lady that was just here from the Martis Fund, all of you had questions for her, and you guys know what you're doing. Can you imagine us out here that don't? And I just think marketing is a great concept to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And we appreciated your comment about we know what we're doing.
Good evening again, Pat Davison for the record. I wanted to provide strong support on behalf of the Contractors Association for the $500,000 for the ADU pilot program. I think Danielle and Jenna did a great job putting together that package for the meeting in July, and strongly support the notion that Jeff explained here tonight about scaling the benefit of the subsidy to the public benefit. We have two other ideas that we want to offer to you. I want to thank Dave for the great segue into the first idea, which was create an incentive and assistance program for Truckee businesses. This would serve new or existing large or small companies. The goal is to help a local business owner find or provide housing for their employees who do not live here. This incentive program could have three direct benefits: stabilize the workforce, helping the business owner, strengthen our community by increasing the full-time population, and reduce commuter miles and greenhouse gas emissions for the environment. Additionally, that kind of program could help create a stronger bond between the business community and the town. You could reach out to the chamber, our association, the Board of Realtors, the Bar Association, the Engineers Association, BNI, and other professional and business groups with housing help. Housing is not a lost cause. There are solutions, and the town can help educate and make business owners aware of what works. The kinds of help that could be provided include ideas for assisting business owners with purchase of duplexes, tiny homes, other housing types, helping business owners provide down payment assistance to an employee, helping them find long-term employee rentals for their employees, and house sharing between employers. This is something the town has not done in the past. Our last idea, third idea, is to hire a consultant to create an achievable housing program. You've talked about it. It's been in your priorities, high priority for our association. Now's time to take some action. This would not take away from the affordable housing requirements already on the books. Hiring a consultant could get this done sooner and address an existing need. The program could look at larger projects as well as small projects like ADUs, density bonus, financial assistance, all the different things that would be an achievable housing program. So, request your consideration supporting the ADU pilot program, creating an incentive and assistance program for Truckee businesses, and hiring a consultant to create an achievable housing program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
Good evening. I'm Shauna Doherty with Mountain Housing Council, and I just wanted to speak a little bit about the allocation of these funds. Incredibly exciting for the opportunities for the innovation side of housing. Before I get into the ADU piece, I think there's a lot of conversation about the Vail and Deed program, and that is something that Mountain Housing Council has talked about for years. We went out to Vail. But we want to set expectations in the community that this will be something. It's been successful in Vail because they've year after year after year been able to build that program. And so one-time money maybe is not the best use for that type of program other than to sort of get it off the ground. So this is the Mountain Housing Council ADU white paper that is out due to the public in about 2 weeks. And hopefully It outlines very much, we've been working with the town, and so it's exactly in sync with what's before you tonight. 4 recommendations coming out of the white paper. No surprise here. Information services, marketing, hiring outside marketing. We suggest it being regional, having a local focus, so internal, making sure that when someone walks in the door to do an ADU, that there's something simple to hand them, but also generating interest region-wide in this product. Secondly, there's 11 new ADU laws that have been passed. Some going into effect in January, and there's a lot of confusion around there, so the education needs to be clear on that as well. And then thirdly, the incentive program. We love this idea. We've done a lot of research and it has shown that, to date, the town of Truckee has had 14 ADU permits since 2015. And all the research that we have done is the education and the marketing and the state laws has dramatically increased the number of ADUs. So the question about, is there a market? Statewide, there's a lot of data to show that with incentives and marketing, the number is unbelievable, and throughout the western states. Key to that incentive program is that we believe that it really should target some kind of exchange for that public benefit, targeting a locals housing type option. So yes, more ADUs, but incentives should be tied to some kind of deed restrictions for locals. And finally, in closing, in your decision making, to think about this being catalytic money. So how do we use this money to really generate other forms of dollars coming to the table? And by giving some kind of incentive and doing marketing, we're bringing homeowner dollars to the table. And so it's not just town of Truckee's investment. I mean, think about the investment from potentially there's 20 homeowners. I just did quick math. If we gave out incentives, we could potentially create 20 new housing units for $500,000, which is, we're not going to create that any other way. So very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna.
Hello, my name is Ann Fleur Dwyer. I'll be speaking for myself this time. I've passed Heather off to somebody else. I am an architect practicing locally in Truckee, and I have seen a lot of interest in ADUs in Truckee. I've met with, just in the past week, I've met with 4 people that are interested in building ADUs. And the barriers I've seen are financial aspect. As was mentioned previously, construction costs right now are around $400 a square foot. So if you build an 800 square foot ADU, that's $320,000. That's not a small sum of money to put together for a rental unit. Streamlining of permits, people are very intimidated of the permitting process. Typically I go in there and I tell people it's really not that intimidating. It's what I do all day, is process or work with people to get their drawings permitted. But people are really intimidated of that. And so I think making that process less intimidating. And so I think the marketing piece there is really important. Also, I've met with several people that are really concerned about the having purchased a property with existing non-conforming construction and having to rectify non-conforming construction in order to build an ADU has been a barrier. Whether it be that the driveway doesn't conform or there's a shed that's non-conforming and that they would have to tear it down or rebuild it, or another obstacle, another cost added to the cost of building that ADU. And then I know flexibility in the size and square footage, I think, would also be a benefit to having people be able to. I believe the current town code restricts it to 800 square feet, and it's based on a percentage of the existing residents. And so in order to make it a space within 800 square feet, you can barely squeeze 2 bedrooms. And so if you want it to be a space that is more accessible to locals or to a smaller family, having a little bit more flexibility with that square footage. And I also think that having, as part of the marketing and the outreach effort, that having a list of easy steps, easy access to a list of architects, consultants, pre-manufactured companies, contractors that are working in that field and that can help them through that process would be very beneficial. So thanks for working on this program and on all the other housing programs you guys are working on.
Thank you, on floor.
Good evening. Heather has been handed off to me. My name is Emily Vitus, and I will be reading a statement for Heather Rankow, who cannot be here this evening. So it's small text, so bear with me. I support the staff's recommendation to spend $500,000 of the $2 million allocated to affordable housing on the ADU pilot program. There is a variety of coordination that needs to occur in order to get the program off the ground, and these funds will be essential in securing its success. As for what to do with the remaining $1.5 million, in my opinion, that money needs to directly relate to the physical development of housing units, not infrastructure or fees, but the physical development of housing units. Community collaboration is key to best executing the use of these dollars, whether that be with other public agencies, nonprofits, or other jurisdictions. All should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily and Heather.
Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for the opportunity to provide additional comments. I did submit a letter combining 2 of the items, but I just wanted to kind of further advocate for this program. I think the accessory dwelling unit program is an easy step forward in creating some housing solutions to not only help homeowners to potentially offset their mortgage costs, but to create some local, maybe affordable, I think there's a lot of criteria that could be created to really help elevate a program like this and make it successful. I had submitted comments about some of the barriers, and I think Anne did a great job of really illustrating those barriers. People are very intimidated to be a part of the planning process. I think many of us who engage in that see that at planning commission hearings or town council hearings. So I think any way that this program could break down those barriers and make it easy to access for homeowners to see, you can get this permitted, here's a potential cost estimate, here are the contractors, here are the architects. I think the studio shed, pre-manufactured company is amazing. I think those are all really important information pieces that honestly homeowners and community members don't have time to do the research and dig. And if the town can make it more accessible, I think we're going to be successful in seeing more accessory dwelling units. I also want to talk about the Indeed program. This program did hit most of GPAC's criteria, so I really want to stress that we shouldn't lose sight of that program. When we talk about unlocking housing, we have over 7,000 vacant or seasonally used homes, and so those are really a missed opportunity. I understand there's sort of the due diligence and the investment in it, but it's been successful for Vail, and I really hope that we don't lose sight of looking at a program like that, not only for fast results, but also from a land use perspective of we already have that built environment and let's utilize it to a better capacity. The other thing that I think is important to just stress in talking about housing is that since the staff report has gone out, I've had many community members read it and get in touch with me and thinking that there's a sentiment that low-income housing is not important right now to the GPAC in discussing this. And I think it's really important that we not, look at those opportunities. Obviously, there might be an opportunity for Coldstream, whether it's the 48 units or the first phase of the smaller units, which I think Clint may talk to. But I think it's important for the community to understand that when we're looking at housing, we're looking for all cross sections of this community. And while we understand the missing middle is the hardest to fund and has the least amount of programs, that it's still a really important facet of housing that we're looking at. And I just wanted to make that clear because I've had many community members think that it's no longer important for GPAC are on the radar of those of us who are really rolling up our sleeves to look at housing. And then my final piece is utilize GPAC. There's a lot of us within the housing subcommittee that just kind of went to the side because now all of GPAC got back together, but we're all ready and willing to serve and happy to start creating this criteria for the ADU program. Thank you so much.
Alexis, right on time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All in.
Excuse me for being a little nervous. My name is Clint Stitzer. I'm the president of Built. We are the production home builder working with Tykert. Thank you, Tykert, for allowing us to work with you in the Coldstream project. A little bit about my background so you can know where we're coming from. We have a production home building company in Reno, Nevada. We have an entry-level housing project in Fernley, a townhome project we were just successfully wrapping up in Reno, and a couple other small commercial projects. And we've been doing real estate resales and entry-level sales for over 10 years. So while I'm not here to present any beautifully thought out exact solutions on what to do, I do understand the process from beginning to end, from the financial perspective of a home builder and from the acquisition standpoint of the consumer. We do a lot of affordable, what's the right word I'm looking for here? Compliance for financial products in our Fernley market, especially USDA loans where it's zero money down, things of that nature. So we're familiar with the challenges from both sides of the table to get that done, both from the production standpoint, the financing of the production standpoint, as well as from the acquisition from the consumer standpoint. So I'm up here not necessarily to do anything but offer myself as a personal resource for any of you to reach out with ideas, questions, understanding the challenges that exist on our side, because they do exist. Every dollar goes out has to come back. We're a small family business, and my brother and I, having started from our grandparents. So that's it. I'm just here to answer any questions. If you have any live, I'll do my best, but otherwise I'll give my card at the end. You guys can call me up. Good?
Thank you, Clint. Yeah, I really appreciate that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Cool.
Good evening, Colleen Dalton, private citizen and an in-home ADU homeowner. I'd be curious to understand the appetite for ADUs and the three types of ADUs. One is, the way I see it, is legalizing existing, potentially illegal ADUs. How many of them are there? Modifying a space, like a remodel that had high ADU potential, and then building an ADU from scratch. So what's the scale of that potentiality in the marketplace out there? Do we really know? And I'd just like to offer our experience with Flash Vote. It's a citizen polling software. We have 1,600 opt-ins in Truckee, and within 48 hours, you might be able to get pretty statistically relevant results, and it tends to skew towards second homeowners. So I just wanted to offer that out there to get a real finger on a pulse of what is the potential scale of that impact, and I'm in full support of the ADUs.
Thank you, Colleen.
Hi, it's Susie Turney. I have a really quick comment this time. Oh, am I on? Yeah. I just wanted to echo Alexis. Please just keep affordability in mind for the housing. I know that the missing middle is challenging. So is affordability. And so when you're moving forward with the remaining $1.5 million, just keep that in mind. I don't know if there's any way to also include, in order to open up the ADU program to those houses that are on septic, which is mine. I don't know if there'd be any possibility of funding to help with extending our sewer system to take care of those septic areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie.
Good evening, Mike Isle from Tykert. I just real quick want to applaud staff and the council for considering all kinds of different ideas and being open to trying to find a way to bring more affordable and workforce type housing to Truckee. I know from, Clint spoke to, we're part of the PC1 Coldstream project, and there are a lot of factors that go into these projects, from beginning to end, and the town only controls certain things. So I think from my perspective, I would encourage you to think broadly. There's a couple major inputs that the town has some sway with. There's the beginning inputs, the conditions of approval, some of the major infrastructure items that are put onto some of these projects that directly influence the cost at the end of getting a project to delivery. So that is something that we're not necessarily talking about right now, but it's in this broader conversation of trying to bring housing that's affordable to Truckee. Be mindful of what's going into a project at the beginning. conditions, infrastructure, and at the end of the day, building permits and fees, impact fees that the town controls. You don't control necessarily the vertical costs and the contractors, but there are things at the beginning and the end that the town does have some discretion on. So in terms of that broader context, other things to think about. But I encourage you to continue the process you're under and appreciate the thoughts that are going into it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Jim Winterberger, business owner, Mayor Tierman, council. ADUs are a great idea. I think that the work that town staff put into it in guiding GPAC, that was one of the better things that came out recently. Point of clarity from me, I would be personally in favor of restricting short-term rentals at ADUs. That would give you a little bit more oomph in that low end and make sure that that doesn't end up going to a tourist and sticks with a local. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment and bring this back to council for discussion, deliberation. Just wanted to ask before we go there, actually, one quick question on the septic and ADUs. What's the issue? Could you sort of clarify that question?
So right now, the way that our code is written, you would have to have 3 acres or more to be able to do a second unit. And so many of our subdivisions like Prosser, Lakeview, parts of Sierra Meadows, Olympic Heights, others don't have the acreage to be able to do that. And so we've been doing some additional research, but it comes down to sort of a water quality issue and whether or not we want to change our code to sort of punt the responsibility to the property owner to go try and battle it out with environmental health in Lawton, which we're not there yet. So we're still working on it to try and figure out what the actual need is, that if we can get that done with some of the smaller properties.
And there is a concern that if punted to the regional board, it could get worse.
Okay, so it's really, it's purview of the Nevada County Health, environmental health, is that
through the regional board, through the Clean Water Act, ultimately? Yeah. But yeah, it's a water quality thing, and it's pretty restrictive. And with the one worry would be, it could get more restrictive, and that would not be helpful.
Okay. Okay. So, who would like to start on this one?
Well, if you don't mind, I think it would be helpful to kind of organize this a little bit, because they've asked us to, well, assuming we want to deliberate and weigh in on each of those 7 actions, and then a few other questions that were posed during the staff report, I think it would be really helpful to just kind of start with the GPAC recommendations, take the temperature on that one, and then maybe go through the action items, the possible action items. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
I would like to start. I'll kick it off with, I think the GPAC's recommendations are a great starting point. I think staff has also keyed up some potential detailing of that I think would be very helpful, and we probably don't need to get into that detail on the dais, because staff will investigate those options and present them in the future. And I think also probably since actions 1 and 2 are done, we can just say, great job, these are a good start. We should probably continue to stay motivated on those actions as well. So that would be my start.
Okay. Thank you, Anna.
Sorry, Anna, what were you speaking of specifically on actions 1 and 2, and what page are you? Are you on the staff report, page 2?
Yeah.
Is that what you were referring to?
Right. The staff report, actions 1 and 2 are pretty much so already teed off. And then, so looking at, first of all, the GPAC recommendations, okay, and then starting with action number 3, and then going through some of the details that they've queued up for us here.
Okay. I was just trying to follow along with exactly where you were.
Yeah, those were the 2017 council work plan actions, right? Is that's right. So the 1 through 7. And then the ADU, the recommendations from the GPAC were on page 4, I believe. Let's see, or page 4 and 5 of our staff report.
And I think what we're looking for, if we to maybe simplify a little bit, is really the staff's recommendation is kind of a wrapping up of several years of these work programs and recommendations. And number one would be, does the ADU, the scalable ADU program, sound right? And do you want us to pursue that and bring that back as a definitive set of recommendations to you? That'd be one. And then the second would be, what of these other ones would you give us advice on to put lots of energy and research and thought into? Which ones kind of come to the top for you? I think if we could get that kind of direction, we would be able to move forward and bring you back the low-hanging fruit, if you will, and then also kind of help us sort out the next couple pieces.
And I think that's the GPAC recommendations are really they're in sync with the ADU concept and focusing our energies there. I think grappling with how many people are we going to help with this $500,000 is a little bit of a moot point, because ultimately, if we find this to be wildly successful and it's opening and there's a lot of people interested, then by all means come back to us and say, hey, this is really popular, we should do more, and let us deliberate that. That's my opinion on that.
So if we, going along with your thought about how best to organize, Anna, in terms of the ADU question, are you supportive of sort of the recommendation of an incentive program taking $500,000 and?
Very much so,
Yeah.
and the points being brought up here today, I also am concerned about those. We don't want to give this funding to somebody who's just going to short-term rental it out, so we would definitely want to seek that co-benefit of there's a limitation that they cannot turn this into a short-term rental, and if we could, and I know this has yet to be determined by council, is whether or not we could limit that to locals. Great. I know that's another layer of complication and challenge, but I would be very interested in seeing some co-benefit to the community with those funds.
Okay. So if we stick to the ADU question first, and then we'll come back and talk about other potential programs on how to spend the additional funds. Who else would like to go on the ADU question?
Because you're on. You go.
I would also, I agree. I think that it makes perfect sense to move forward with an ADU program. A couple notes that I took as people were talking. Colleen made a great point. I rented a home that had an illegal ADU attached to it. So what does it take? It wasn't my house. I was renting. But what would it take to legalize the existing units so that people don't have to be concerned about having them or can actually utilize them? And then maybe taking the flash vote option that she offered to see or to get an idea of who it would help in advance. So at least we have some sort of idea there. And then what Jim said about restricting the short-term rentals, exploring that or looking into how we can really, really focus on benefiting our community members as the priority. But otherwise, as far as the ADU program, yes, I'm in favor, and I would like to look at those other options as well when the program is being developed. And it sounds like the sewer septic we're kind of stuck on. That was my other notation, but if we can't really do a whole lot about that one, we'll leave it be.
I echo everything that's been said. I do support the recommendation going forward. I do believe that any and all incentives and really this program as a whole, we have to find a way to make sure that it is all tied to a local benefit. I know there will be ways around it, but I think up front, that needs to almost be the first thing that happens, in my opinion, rather than taking people down the path and then being like, oh yeah, by the way, now we need you to sign this, So I'd like to see that sort of be the upfront recommendation. The issue with non-conforming uses, I think the way that Colleen framed it was interesting compared to the way, and I forgot your name, and Flora framed it. So I'm in favor of figuring out how to work with existing non-conforming ADU uses. I'm not really interested in turning this into sort of a like, oh, your deck is non-conforming, but you want to do an ADU over here, so we're going to like speed you through the deck process just because we're going to get an ADU. I think that's going to be way too messy, and that is not what we're looking for. I think there has to be sort of this clear path of yes, go now, and then there's going to be this sort of like yellow light path, which could be a little bit more what Colleen was referring to, and then there's the red light over here, unfortunately, which is like, sorry, you still kind of have to deal with your other issues. That's not what we're up here for, or providing incentives for at this point. So on the ADU front, I think that's all that I had to contribute. I personally would also like to put a sort of, first meeting of February timeline, at least for a check-in to see some progress. You said March 2020, you'd be ready to go. So maybe a check-in, first meeting in February, not to put any pressure on staff, but just to kind of keep this process moving, in lieu of starting what Pat would like us to do with all sorts of other processes. We'll try to hold Pat off for the time being if we can take a few priorities and move them forward more effectively, would be my call for right now. And that is not to discount these other processes, which we'll talk to after we're done with ADUs.
Okay, Jessica.
Sorry, one last little thing I had noted and I missed in my notes was also to work on that intimidation factor. We've heard from multiple sources that that's a detractor from moving forward. So really doing whatever we can to market, to simplify, and to make less intimidating, I think would be pretty important and helpful. Thank you.
So, yeah, mostly agree with pretty much everything's happened, said. But I will say this, I think taking a couple comments, it was Mike, right, from Tiger. Just even with the ADU aspect of it, it's those things that cost a lot, and going back to the money thing. And so finding any kind of incentives, finding ways to reduce costs, finding things that make it easier. And I think someone said it was I can't even do the math, whatever it was, 800 square feet times $400 a foot or whatever that equals. It's a lot of money. And then if you're trying to collect rent and you're trying to put this in a home in Truckee and you're trying to, it's a big, your return on investments and take a long time. So anything we can do in this is really important to me, to find ways to make it simple, make it easy. From what Dave said, simplicity, understanding it, and I think, and Dave as well, also said, is very, very important. So it's clear as understanding. I think I do know we have in my neighborhood some out of compliance ADUs, partly from the HOA and partly, well, it was probably mostly HOA, but because it was hidden, I don't even know how it is within a town. And so finding ways to make it easy for them to come out of the dark is really, really important. And I think a few other things, maybe some other issues in a home that need to be upgraded. I kind of disagree a little with you, Dave. I mean, the idea is to try and get as many people on board as possible. We really want to make this work and incentivize it, but it also means making it as easy and less reason to hide and say no. So whatever we can do without necessarily giving away the farm is I think, kind of the best chance for success. So other than that, I pretty much in line with everybody else here.
Can I just add on that Anne brought up a good point about the square footage, and an ADU to me has always just been a single bedroom and not meant for a family, but but I don't know. We haven't had that discussion. Are we targeting just 1-bedroom ADUs, or do we want to be able to build larger units? I don't know. I think that needs to be part of the discussion that moves forward. And then I think the other point about the barriers, I think this housing coordinator certainly is going to fill that role of helping to mitigate that and help shepherd some of these projects through. So I understand we're still trying to do that, and I think we're all just so ready for that person to be here and to help get us past this hump.
What, the myth of the housing coordinator? Come on,
It's
we've been
the
talking about
unicorn.
this. The Sasquatch, yes.
The rainbow
It's just
unicorn.
out there.
Just to really quickly touch on that super briefly, I mean, it's called an accessory dwelling unit for a reason. The 800 square foot issue to me is kind of what we're talking about here. We have other code things for bigger units and second homes on multi-acre parcels, and we sort of start crossing the boundary there. So at least at the ADU level, 1-2 bedroom it's a square foot issue. It's, to me. So I'm not in favor of sort of turning that definition on its head. I think let's stick to it and let's keep this process clean as much as we can, so that it is clear and we're not just going down a path of unlimited square footage or whatever we decide, but trying to keep this project constrained, I think is a better idea for the time being.
Do we have the same square footage limitation on a JADU?
The JADU is just a bedroom conversion, so whatever the bedroom size is.
But theoretically,
there's a certain limit, I guess.
It could be the first floor of a house that's converted or something to that effect, which would be larger than a single bedroom.
It has to be the bedroom, so you couldn't convert a living room.
Okay.
I wanted to add one more thing.
Existing bedroom.
One more thing I kind of forgot. The comment we also had up here and for locals only, an 800 square foot ADU, in my imagination, is not the largest place in the world. It's going to be kind of geared towards someone, small family, maybe 1 or 2 people. And if it's no short-term rental, then we almost take care of the whole local thing anyways, which would be, you're not going to have anyone but locals who are probably using. Possibly a ski lease could be possible, but maybe it's a 12-month lease required, and therefore you kind of eliminate that as well, and without having to deal with going down a legal side of saying locals only. Might be an easy solution to get there. So, another thought.
Okay, well, we certainly heard a lot of support for an ADU incentive program during the public comment. We heard about the importance of the incentives and of marketing such a program. It seems to have had success in other locations. In terms of the size limitation, I actually feel it might be good to be a little more flexible on that. Certainly not going overboard, but even another 100 square foot, 900 square feet, for example, of a limitation, I think could make a huge difference in terms of accommodating a 2-bedroom unit. So I would be receptive to that. And I do agree with Colleen's comment, Colleen Dalton, about the need to understand the market better. I think doing a little bit of research, and I think those dollars actually are partially intended to do that. So that's all good. So bottom line for me is yes, absolutely support an ADU program, I think on a pilot basis initially to see how it would work. I agree with the importance of ensuring in some form or fashion that there's a restriction on these ADUs for locals, people who work here locally, and no short-term rentals. So those would be sort of the characteristics I would favor seeing in an ADU incentive program. Is that a good direction for you, I think, from the collective body up here? Okay. So the other part of this, again, Anna, going back to your suggestion, trying to organize our thinking a bit. So there's another 1.5 million, and we heard a number of sort of suggestions that percolated to the top. One of them was first-time homebuyer assistance. Another one was the deed restriction program, a la Vail Indeed, maybe a Truckee version of that. And then perhaps a reserve fund of sorts to help projects that are on the horizon that may need some sort of subsidy to get off the ground, whether it's Frischman Hollow or Teichert or other. So those were kind of at least three big buckets I heard. There may be other things, but would like to get maybe open it up for your thoughts on those as well.
Well, actually, when Pat brought up the business connection, it kind of struck a chord with me because just doing pure math, the more people you have who have invested interest in something from a business standpoint, who are looking for employees, who are looking for stable employees, who are looking for people who can, other ways to help their employees and to expand who they can hire, if there's a way to add that into the mix, or at least an idea of maybe ways to combine business, town, and employee, or in these incentive programs, or whatever that looks like, it's 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, which is bigger than 1 + 1 = 2. So I'm just kind of, it just seems to me that you have a really vested interest using Dave did down at the across from the high school there. It's a perfect example of a local business taking initiative and building something to help his employees. And so I think it's actually a very good idea, good model, something we should also at least put in the hopper and see how it could get fleshed out and what other ideas can happen with that. So that's for now, I'll stop there.
I'll jump in quickly. So I totally agree. And actually what I took from Pat's comments, the Truckee Business Incentive Program, along with, so first, I think that's just a business model that needs to be created by a realtor or a chamber, and that's actually not necessarily in our wheelhouse, or that doesn't need to be our job. But I think it's a really good business model that somebody could facilitate, and I wholeheartedly support it. And if there is a way that the town can, I agree. But that should just be done. Like, if there are business owners who want to get together and do that, let's do that. As far as the sort of achievable housing program, I sort of also see that as maybe a part two to this. I'll be pretty clear with sort of the way I've been ranking my priorities, and that's number one, unlocking existing units and trying to use the existing land use pattern that we have to its fullest extent. And I think we can do that with a pretty good chunk of this money. And I know that there's some opposition to this, both in the building and up here, but we talk about this $2 million as an end-all be-all when our next agenda item is a potential ballot measure, and we're just going to go into the budget process again. So while we all might think that, I'm going to fight really hard to keep this $2 million going. And that's why I'm going to continue to see how we can spend this money now to be effective. I'm all about banking it. I don't want to spend it all. We should have some savings. We should have some leverage down the road. But to spend another $500,000 in the next 6 months should, at least in my mind, be a priority. So where I would do that as it relates to some of these bullets up here would be in the unlocking of units. And so specifically, I think that specifically goes to whether that's incentivizing employers to provide housing, whether it's really more of whether it's a regional housing entity or utilizing landing with some type of public subsidy that helps to create that property management, that helps to create the unlocking of existing units for long-term rental purposes.
That's what I would like to see us do some more research on. I'd like to see us do more research on the Indeed program. I'd like to see us be a reserve account in that Martis Fund allocation. I think if that money is getting used up and there is proven demand for that, to me, at 10% of your loan up to $30,000 to $50,000, to Jeff's question of what's our criteria, I think that's our new criteria. I mean, it's a different, we're going to talk about in lieu housing in a minute, or not probably a minute, but a few minutes, but nothing is going down, whether it's the cost of construction or the cost of homes. Just because we've had this number previously does not keep us beholden to a said number. And I think all of us would say, whether it's Coburn or another thing, numbers change, and we've seen that. So I would like to see us pursue any and all possible solutions to unlocking existing units that are sitting empty a majority of the time, and or provide a path to purchase for those wanting to purchase in our community but don't have the means. And I think that there are a lot of options that just fall under that general umbrella. That's all I got for now.
I think that makes sense. I love the idea of looking at the Indeed program, but I would also like to put a little bit of energy towards exploring our own Riverview property if we can. I appreciate that the Martis Fund helped 32 families, but if we can get more than 32 units built while utilizing the same amount of money or less, then I would like to kind of compare what we can do or what can be created and what the overall impact is going to be to really get the best bang for our buck. So I like the idea of unlocking existing units, but I also would like to explore what we can do with land that we already own and see what we might be able to make of that as well.
Do you mean land that the town already owns? Is that what you're saying?
So, and Jeff had mentioned we have the land over.
And to be clear, I totally support that as well. I think we're sort of waiting on SB2 to determine what level of priority certain properties are going to get in that process, which to me, that gets us to our next fiscal year to say, great, we'll know what's going to happen at SB2 this spring when we're going through the next budget process. So to me, it'd be like, okay, we know that particular property might go forward. Great, let's allocate another $1 million to that.
So
that's just where I'm coming from in terms of why I want to spend more now, save a little bit, but keep it moving.
That's logical. I just don't want it to get forgotten about or lost in the mix. So as long as we can keep that on the radar, I'm not opposed to taking things in logical order as well.
Yeah, I think we're well on our way towards that with our Riverview property and the grant that the town has gotten. And another congratulations to staff on another grant received, and we're going to do great things with it. I am very much so in alignment with Councilmember Vice Mayor Polavy's discussions that I really would like to see us unlocking existing units wherever possible, at least in this next, as the GPAC described, the next 24 months. I feel a sense of urgency. We have allocated this money. We have been trying to plan for how to spend it and waiting for some legislation to happen in the meantime. And now I feel like we're really ready to launch. And I think that while things like the landing website and even our Truckee.com has some information about rentals and stuff in there. I went and looked at all of those sites this weekend. They're really not robust enough for the opportunities that I think exist in our community. The mammothworkforcehousing.org website I thought was really impressive and really brought it to kind of the next level of engagement and bringing in the employers as well as the employees needing housing. So I would like to see what opportunities we could open up with just that existing stock, because it's going to be so much faster than building anything that we have in the future, including if we're talking about building ADUs. Even those are going to take a year or more. And I think we've got another agenda item to talk about a sustainable funding source specifically for this. So we have a lot of energy and investment going in this already, and I would just like to see the housing coordinator get on board so that we can really charge forward with a lot of these things.
Okay, so it sounds like the main one for you was unlocking incentives, funding to help unlock existing units.
Yeah, and again, it's not going to cost us $500,000 to do that. Let's see how far we can get, and then reconvene and talk about what other opportunities have come to us in the meantime with some of these other potential low income or achievable level housing opportunities.
Can you guys both, Anna and Dave, can you clarity on when you say unlocking these potential units, which types of potential units? Are you talking the short-term rentals that are being used currently? Are we talking second homes, or just someone uses 3 times a year? What is that?
I think they fall in both those categories. There are a lot of second homes that are used for short-term rentals, and those could be considered possible workforce housing, particularly for some of our seasonal employees.
Right.
So.
Same answer?
Similar. I mean, I think it's a combination of the Indeed program, which sort of keeps properties in the local ownership matrix. I think it's also providing a type of management or service to a homeowner who is looking to long-term rent, who potentially has been hesitant of that in the past. I believe it is. I'm spacing right now. The Mammoth program is that website is really linking people looking for homes versus, how all of that's working together. And potentially it's even rental assistance. I think one of the main issues that I've heard out there is, and it's what they're dealing with in Southlake. One of the sessions I sat on at the conference I went to, there's an entity in Southlake doing something very similar to Landing. And what they're finding is simply the rental rates are out of line. So a family of 4 per se can't afford, a second home renter is willing to long-term rent their home for X price, right? And that family, just the wage earner cannot afford X price. So how can we fill that gap?
Right.
So that's just an example for one, right? So it could be rental assistance, it could be property management assistance, it could be the Indeed program. To me, it's my overarching philosophy is not to build our way out of this problem. It's to work with the stock that we have, at least to our most efficient manner. We're not going to be 100% successful, but if we can even probably be 20% more successful at utilizing our existing housing stock, we'd probably unlock a couple hundred units. That's being very optimistic, but I'd like to see us dive into really what that means and have some numbers and have a program to put in place to reflect that.
Yeah, and I think you're realistic and proud of that estimate, maybe, hopefully. From a TOT tax, we obviously have registration. So what are the number of short-term rentals that are registered? Do we have any idea? I mean, is something...
About 1,700.
Throughout Truckee?
Yep.
Okay. Let me add. So, I mean, I'm not against the idea. I think finding ways to get to use our existing inventory is huge. I mean, that's obviously low-hanging fruit. It makes sense. I just want realistic expectations in what we put our efforts into, and to do a lot of work and find that we help 20 families. Well, it's great for those 20 families, but we're trying to do more than just 20 families. We're trying to make this a bigger thing. So leveraging our money, doing the right things, all these ideas are great. But just keeping realistic expectations of what numbers are possible, and then that's the place to start. Of course, you hope for better, plan for the worst, hope for the best, and kind of get their best bang for our buck. So to not oversell ourselves or the product or ideas or any of the stuff. So that's kind of where I was going with that. So to add on to everything else I had said earlier, I think what you said, David, are all good opportunities, good ways to go, and all things that need to be explored, of course. But with what Anna said, I agree with her. Now is the time. Got to start doing something. For myself, I've been talking about this for about, I don't know, 7 years now, something like that. And it's moving slow, and it'd be nice to see some action, see some things happen. If we have the money, use it. Saving it's not helping, so let's use it and use it wisely. So that's what I'll say.
Okay, so we had $2 million that we're talking about, and I think we've agreed on incentives for $500,000 of that, and that leaves 1.5. And I've kind of broken this down, at least organizing in my head, into three chunks of 25% each. So, and again, the broader overarching goal here is to create locals housing for a broader range of income levels. And I'm going to use the term achievable, but achievable not excluding lower income families. So I agree with taking a chunk of that and perhaps even partnering with the program that Heidi described. There's already an existing program for first-time home buyers. Why not partner with them? Set aside $500,000 for that program, and see if we can help further that along. And that may entail a restriction to Truckee only. Certainly not the region, but Truckee residents. So that could be one idea. I do want to see, and we discussed the research, getting the research further along on the Indeed restriction program, modeled after Vail. I think taking and setting aside a portion of that funding for such a program to at least create a pilot program makes sense. And then finally, the last $500,000, I would recommend as a reserve fund set aside for helping along projects, physical projects that may need help to get off the ground. Kind of goes back to one of the comments we heard. I think Mike Heil, you talked about thinking broadly, thinking about all of the costs that are imposed on projects, maybe a combination of thinking in that broad sense, along with setting aside this reserve fund for some projects that come along, which it sounds like we have a few already on the horizon. So kind of bringing this back, we all, I think there was some crossover, there was some alignment. I think the first-time home buyer, it sounds like there was some maybe sort of a consensus on looking into that, unlocking units. Not exactly sure how that works, but maybe setting aside some funding for some sort of a program or incentive program that might help do that, whatever that ends up looking like. And then what else? The town-owned land idea kind of falls into the bucket of the reserve fund for physical projects, in my view. So, those are at least my thoughts. Did we miss anything?
One piece of information to add, in addition to the great work that the Martis Fund and Sierra Business Council are doing in the down payment assistance, the town actually does have a down payment assistance program that it funded some years ago, and we have a bunch of loans out there that Joanne Anders helps us pass through. So both programs are actually still viable. That we just haven't refunded the Truckee's program. So
okay,
either one could work together.
All right, sounds good. Do you feel there's enough direction? Okay. So the plan would be to come back in February 2020? Is that what?
2020, yeah, yes. With a status and a definitive timeline on ADUs, and if we have another program, teed up or further along at that point, we'll let you know about it. These do take a while, because it's important that we spend the money wisely, and that's why we didn't want to just dive in and give you a list that we weren't ready to, really flesh out. So,
okay,
yep. And we'll tell you about our interview process with the housing coordinator also in February.
Due time. 2020.
Ha ha.
2020 is only 48 or 49 days away. Yeah. Okay, I think with that we are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene around 20 after. Okay, we are back from recess, ready to reconvene with item 7.4, revenue measure for housing committee formation. And Hillary Hobbs, you're going to walk us through this.
I will. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're back to the topic of the night, which seems to be housing and funding for housing. So just to walk you through a little bit of background of how we got here, as you're aware, one of Council's primary goals, which is why we keep talking about this, is increasing availability of affordable and achievable locals housing. And with that, there's been an identified critical need for a dedicated sustainable funding source for housing. In 2018, the town worked with consultant BAE to complete a study of new funding sources to support housing regionally. And that looked at a few different options, including a 2% increase of transient occupancy tax, a 0.5% transaction use tax or sales tax add-on, and a $50 flat fee parcel tax. In spring of 2019, we worked with consultants to complete polling tests for a possible revenue source for housing, looking at housing as well as a couple other key community priorities, including open space and public safety services. And those polling studies determined that there is very strong community support for a 2% transient occupancy tax increase for housing, and that there's less support for a parcel tax. So with that finding, in August, your council directed staff to form an advisory and advocacy committee to consider a revenue measure for revenue measure for housing, you also directed staff to sign a contract for consultant support to help us pursue that. So what will be the advisory committee's role? We anticipate the advisory committee will meet 3 times over the next 3 months, and will help staff and council explore and refine potential feasibility and structure for a measure. And will provide recommendations back to your council on whether to proceed with placing a measure on the ballot. And we'll also provide recommendations on the details of the structure and language of a ballot measure if there is a recommendation to proceed. Council's role is to help us consider whether to put this on the measure on the ballot, and then to decide exactly what we would put on the ballot. But just as a reminder, and we've staff has brought this up before, once a decision is officially made to put a measure on the ballot, there are limitations to the role that that town can play in moving that forward. So as part of the consideration of feasibility, we would be looking for a commitment from a community group to step forward to organize, fundraise, and run a campaign for a ballot measure. Absent some level of commitment that we have a group in the community that is ready to do that, it would be highly questionable whether a ballot measure is feasible. Our recommendations for the formation of a ballot committee, sort of our guiding concepts, were to include a wide range of stakeholders on the committee, including transient occupancy tax assessed businesses, housing advocates, members of the business community, and a broad community member representation. So that's sort of where we started from. And with that, our specific recommendations are up on the screen for those who can see it, which is a recommendation for 14 community members. And I'll just read through who those are for the benefit of the audience who can't see. We recommended 1 CAT representative, specifically Valerie Brinkner, a Chamber of Commerce representative, Ted Owens, a few housing advocates, so Jan Zabriskie, Stephanie Olivieri, and Allison Schwedner as housing advocates, 2 members at large, Paco Lindsay and Carolyn Wallace-D, a Mountain Housing Council representative, Shauna Doherty, a retail business owner, Joan Jones, a TDMA representative, Cassie Habel, a TOT assessed property representing a hotel, John Borden, a TOT assessed property representing a short-term rental owner and manager, Jim Winterberger, and then we're recommending that council nominate 2 council members to serve on the committee as well. Those are our specific recommendations at this point in order to move this process forward. We already have the first meeting of this committee scheduled for next Monday. So staff have reached out to the recommended members here, and all of them have shown interest and committed to participating in the committee if they are selected by council to do so. With that, staff's recommendations, we're asking council tonight for concurrence with the committee members nominated and presented here. As an alternative, council may choose to direct staff to make changes to the committee makeup or additions to the committee makeup or subtractions. And staff is recommending that council nominate 2 council members to join the committee. That's all.
Thank you, Hillary. At this time, we'll open this up for any clarifying questions from council. None to the left, none to the right. Do I have any questions? Let's see. Could you go back, Hillary, to the slide with, So we have three housing advocates. Essentially, there are 4, correct? Would you consider Mountain Housing Council a housing advocate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Generally speaking, okay. All right. All right. I think that was. Yeah. I don't have any other questions really. We'll open this up for public comment. Any public comment? I see several members of the recommended committee here tonight, so thank you for being here. We'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion, deliberations. Would anyone care to start?
You ready? Thank you so much, Hillary, for putting this all together. I'm in support in the large part of the categories and the nominations, although I have a few thoughts on that. But before we get into those specifics, you teed this up nicely with the council goal of housing. And you're right, that is our primary topic tonight, it seems. You know, we're talking about the $2 million. We're also going to talk about in lieu fees for housing. We require our housing developers to contribute 15% to an affordable housing stock. And we have huge support from the community for this. I think another council goal, though, that is clearly stated on the wall is forest stewardship and reduction of carbon footprint. And so while I understand the purpose of this discussion in this committee, what I don't want to see happen is to forget those other goals. Because we are not currently funding that. We're not currently funding forest stewardship. In particular, we're not funding it anywhere near the way we are housing. Mayor Chairman and Vice Mayor Pallavi attended the Truckee Solutions workshop, Climate Ready Truckee Solutions. You heard a few of the pretty dismal anticipated impacts of climate change. And I know that gave you pause for consideration and what we should be doing and what we could be doing more. Council member Commendatory, you joined us for 6 hours of that workshop. And I know you and I both keyed in on the startling statistic that the campfire cost $16.4 billion. $4 billion of that was uninsured. And they are currently losing $3 to $6 billion a year of revenue because everything's been wiped out. I've spent over 30 hours in meetings on this topic alone and countless other hours of research. And I feel really strongly that we need, as a community, to start investing in the resiliency of our community and protecting our community the same way that we're looking at and approaching housing. And this potential ballot measure, it is timely and it is focused, and it should be. But what it should not be is indentured. It should not be indentured to just housing, because that is not our only crisis. We have a climate crisis going on around us right now. And at some point, it's not going to make sense to build housing when it's just going to be burned down, or it's just going to be continually at risk of being burnt down, or we're not going to be able to get insurance.
Councilmember Klostad, because the agenda item is limited to the makeup of the committee, discussion about the uses of the funds is probably off topic for this agenda. But if you're going to talk about why you think that the committee should have particular membership, that would be on topic.
That is what I am getting to, so thank you. So in order to make sure that this potential funding source is explored in its full capacity, that it could be used for something other than just housing in the future, I feel there's a couple key members that need to be added to this committee. And one of those would be Chief Celine, our fire chief, and I have spoken with him, and he is interested in participating and at least providing the insights and the interests of what this potential consistent renewable funding source would look like, and whether that's part of this ballot measure or some other means. And another individual that I think would be important to this conversation would be Police Chief Leftwich, to contribute his needs that were so articulately expressed in a recent a story that he shared with us about his experience at the Santa Rosa fire. And I think there's some key topics that he brings up in there that could be looked at in terms of, again, some consistent renewable funding sources that would allow us to find that longevity in that funding and in order to be able to plan for it. So those would be my two recommendations to add or augment to this list, and I would like to hear my other council members' interests.
Thank you, Anna.
I'll go next. I have a couple, and first I'll say that I'm happy to volunteer to be one of the council member representatives if you also wish. With that, also, there's a couple, so kind of teeing off of what Anna mentioned. One, Jan did get appointed to the GPAC under that sustainability umbrella, right, at the last meeting. I'm not totally crazy. So I'm happy for that, because I think he can potentially advocate for both. I'd like to see a MAP representative or a representative sort of from land use environmental field added as well, whether that's Alexis, she has expressed interest, or just a representative of MAP, excuse me. And then one other change, so I would potentially suggest a change to number 11, which is the hotel representative, and I'd like to suggest, and I have not spoken to her, nor know if she is interested, but potentially Patty Baird with the Cedar House. She's a Truckee resident, whereas John is not, so I didn't know if that might help a little bit. Also would sort of broaden our scope a little bit on that front, and mostly because we haven't talked to her. Maybe John is an alternate, and if Patty can make it, great, and if she can't, we leave John in there. I'm okay with that, but wanted to suggest that. And then at least in my opinion, one or two more business owners who
I'm totally on board, and I think I've made myself clear in some previous conversations about where I'd like to see this head on the November ballot, or I'd like to see it. But I do think having another sort of duly affected large business owner, whether that's somebody potentially like Alicia Barr or Ray Villeman, his name came up across a few emails to me, or really any other one business owner, whether it's large or small, it doesn't matter to me, but that would be another seat I would add. So to clarify, I also support Anna's additions. I would support Patty Baird substituting in for John Borden, and I'd support one more business owner if we can find somebody quickly by the scheduled meeting next Monday. And then I, as well, will volunteer for one of the council seats.
And Dave, just to clarify, you were also suggesting adding a map representative?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. I forgot about that.
Okay. All right.
Taking notes.
Taking notes, doing the math as well. Okay. I think we're up to maybe 17, 18. You got 20 over there? Okay. All right. Well, we'll bring it back. Okay.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question? So I don't know if I asked this of you, Hillary, or Shauna is here in the room. So is Shauna joining as a individual citizen who happens to be contracted with the Mountain Housing Council, or are you there as a Mountain Housing Council representative? Because doesn't that change the nature of your opinions in the room? I don't know. You or Hillary, I don't know, whichever.
Yeah, we were looking at it as a Mountain Housing Council representative.
And does that then affect any type of input she can give as a representative, or is the input simply, yes, a funding measure is a good idea? No, I mean, because you stood up here and said, Mountain Housing Council can't, you can't advocate. So if you can't advocate, what exactly are we hoping to get out of that seat if it is tied to a everybody else on here is going to be advocating for something, right? I'm just asking. I'm just trying to make sure that we have a full committee that can participate duly and fully, to the goal of coming back to council in 3 meetings with, hey, this is kind of what we came up with, and there are some outliers, but here's what most of us think.
My sense, having observed Mountain Housing Council's role in lots of other fora, while they can't advocate for, or they don't advocate for a particular housing project, they certainly have advocated for housing and affordable and workforce and achievable housing pretty vigorously, and stable funding source. There may be a few, items that come up where they have to say, gee, I don't know, because I don't know how the membership would feel about this. But I would think on most things that I could imagine of, what would the tax look like? What are the kinds of things it would pay for? Would it be a 2/3 or a 50? I think those are all issues. I don't know why those wouldn't be things Mountain Housing Council couldn't take, have a pretty clear position on. But I'm kind of guessing there as a fellow member.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to be clear. That wasn't in any offense to you, Sean. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right, Tony or Jessica?
Sure. I think I'm in support with those changes, those additions. I shouldn't say changes, but additions as well. I think I'd also throw my name in there to be one of the council member representatives as well. So that's it. Keep it simple.
All right. Okay, Jessica.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. As long as we're not concerned about the group being too big as a whole, then I think it's all fine and appropriate, and I like having the added variety of the additional members. and I would volunteer, but I'm going to be out of town on November 16th, so I'll be an alternate for December or January meetings because I will be in town for those ones.
Well, fortunately, we have our 2 council member reps, so that's great. We've got number 13 and 14. I as well support the addition of Chief Celine and Chief Leftwich. I think this is a really good quality group. I think we couldn't really do any better than the individuals who are on this list here. And I think it'll be good to have 2 chiefs as well. So, okay with the recommendation of a MAP representative. Also, Dave, your thought about Patty Baird, Cedar House Sport Hotel, with alternating perhaps with John, open to that idea as well. We do have, in terms of business owner, we have Stephanie Oliveri and Joan Jones on here, and now you. So we may be good there, unless you think we need one more business owner. But certainly would be. There you go. That's right. That's right.
And Ted Owens kind of represents the hospital as well, which, while not a business per se, certainly is lots and lots of employee. The issue at stake. But we could explore a couple individuals that you talked about and just see if they're interested.
Yeah. We also have Jim Winterberger and Patty Baird and John Borden are all business owners.
True. I mean, for that matter, I know we don't want to grow too much here. I think, from my count, I think we're around 17 or 18. So. Yeah, one of Dave's was a switch.
So it sounded like we decided not to add an additional business owner, or that's what David is recommending?
It sounds like we may have good representation from the.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
There's enough.
Yeah, the only other thing that sort of strikes me here is we have two TOT assessed properties represented out of whatever 17 or 18. And here we're talking about a tax on transient occupancy, yet we only have 2 people representing the folks who are being taxed. And it may be that we want. What's that? I have an SCR. Okay, all right. Well, I was going to kind of go back to maybe it's John Borden, Patty, and Jim Winterberger, and that would be 3. Who actually own and no offense to your SDR, but a larger kind of transient.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, adding that extra person.
Yeah, so that would be my only other. If you guys are okay with that, then I think we've got our group of a really good committee. I think of whatever that ends up being, 18.
Okay. You just got to be able to schedule 3 meetings in the next 3 months.
They're already scheduled.
All right.
So that is important. The meetings are already scheduled, and the group that we have in your staff report are aware of that. So we will do our best to get the other folks on board, because we're talking about Monday. Today's Tuesday. So we'll do our very best.
Okay. So are we clear then? I know sometimes when we have the big screen, you can, in real time, add the other names onto this Excel spread, but are you clear on what we're...
Hilly to read it back to you?
Yeah, sure.
So it sounds like we are proposing to keep the 12 members who were presented, add 2 council reps, being Dave Polivy, and Tony Commendatore, and add Patty Baird, add Chief Celine and Chief Leftwich, and add Alexis from MAP, or a MAP representative.
That sounds correct to me, yeah. Everyone good with that? Okay.
And just a note, if this committee, or when this committee, could this committee morph into more of a advocacy for an actual ballot measure, Chief Leftwich will not be able to serve at that point.
Okay.
As a town employee.
All right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So do we need a formal vote to approve that amended committee?
I think we've got it. If you want to take a vote, you can.
I think as long as everyone is comfortable nodding heads up here, I think we're good then. We'll forego the vote and move on then to item 7.5, the Affordable Housing in lieu fee update and workforce housing ordinance review. And Yumi Don.
Good evening, and this is a annual review that we look at both the affordable housing in lieu fee and the workforce housing ordinance to see if they're performing as expected. So in lieu fees, when are they collected? Affordable housing is required for all residential projects. 15% of all residential projects are required to be affordable. Non-residential projects that generate more than 7 employees are required to provide affordable housing. Fee payment in lieu of construction of affordable housing is required. It can be provided for small projects, which is 6 parcels or less, at the developer's choice. For large projects, it's the town's discretion. Usually the review authority is the one that would make that decision if it was appropriate to pay an in lieu fee rather than actually construct the units. Payment of the in lieu fee is allowed when a fraction of a housing unit is required by the affordable housing requirements. So in 2017, the town adopted a calculation method based off of a study that was done by BAE. We did a nexus study to see what the exact amount would be to figure out what the gap was between the cost of a market rate unit versus a affordable housing unit. And that's usually what we have used in the past for our in lieu fee. However, with the 2017 adoption, the council at the time found that the in lieu fee amount should be based on the local funding percentage. So the council at the time required a percentage of the construction cost of each unit as an in lieu fee, and based on the anticipated subsidy the town of Truckee may provide to future projects. So at the time, Bay Area Economics reviewed a few projects. Among 5 projects, the local funding percentage was 16% at that time. It's a fairly small sample size, and I think the town at that time hoped that we could potentially provide a 20% subsidy for any future affordable housing projects. So as an aspirational goal, the town used 20% as the amount to use for the adopted calculation method for this in lieu fee. So at that time in 2017, the average cost of construction on one unit was approximately $440,000. So 20% of that, which would be the potential subsidy the town could grant a project for each unit, would be around $88,000 at that time. So the town came up with a short-term adopted update process. So we use the 2017 in lieu fee as the baseline, so that $88,000 number, and we determined the changes in home value using TSBOR, the Tahoe Sierra Board of Realtors information, which showed us real-time information about what the cost of housing within our community is, both primarily as single-family homes. And then we determined the changes in construction cost based on the engineering news record, which is an index that we use for many of our requirements within our town, and then we adjusted that calculation based on the changes in Nevada County income limits. So based on that short-term update process, we came up with our own staff-created index to help facilitate quicker updates rather than doing an annual in lieu fee study using a consultant. So the idea was to use the short-term update process annually for 5 years, and then at 5 years to determine if it should be continued for an additional 5 years if the town council felt it was appropriate to continue to use this methodology. If not, then the town council could initiate a comprehensive update. If so, we can continue the short-term update process for 5 more years. But of course, the town council can initiate an update on this calculation method at any time. And of course, we're in the middle of a general plan update process, and that update process may inform new ideas and new challenges that we may need to address as we move forward. So today, based off of that short-term index, we found that there was an overall 3.1% increase in median sales price of single-family homes within the town in the past year. So that would increase the in lieu fee based off of the 2018 adopted in lieu fee to $96,000. The interesting thing that happened this year is that there was a pretty large increase in the Nevada County income limit, so the median income within our county area. It's the largest change that's happened in the last 20 years, and the first change that's happened in the last 5 years. So it's a little bit jarring. There was an income change that increased the Nevada County income was increased to 16%. So there's a variety of factors that could be causing this, and it could be that the idea of using the income limits in general to balance out the cost of affordable housing or the cost of housing within our community the idea theoretically was that if the community's buying power increases, then they could potentially buy a higher cost home within our community. That may or may not be true, which is something that the council may want to discuss today. So with the single family home median prices and the increased income change in Nevada County of 16%. The short-term calculation found that the in lieu fee for this year would be $81,000. So that's a decrease of 13% since the previous year, which is a pretty significant change that may need to be discussed tonight. But if the town council does want to move forward with a continued short-term calculation process that was adopted in 2017, the proposed in lieu fee is $81,000. And so we look at that since the in lieu fee is primarily for smaller projects, 6 parcels or 6 units or less. This chart on the lower right-hand corner that the council can see and the people at home can see shows that for the creation of 2 new units, the in lieu fee payment would be $24,000, and it goes up to 6 units would be required to pay $73,000. But if 1 unit is required and 1 unit is allowed to be paid for through an in lieu fee, then applicant would be required to pay $81,000 to accommodate their affordable housing requirements. Councilmember Klovstad noted that there was an error on example 2 of the resolution, which used old numbers from the previous resolution, so I'm proposing to change that to reflect the numbers that are proposed in today's recommendation, but we can always, depending on what direction this discussion goes, we can amend that as necessary. We have received 2 public comments, one from MAP, stating that the fee should be more comparable to current market conditions for housing. MAP is supportive of the current fee structure, but asks that the council consider the fee calculation, and the fee should be the last resort. The prioritization should be the actual construction of units. Susie Tarnay also provided public comment that stated that she does not support the decrease in the affordable housing in lieu fee and believes the use of the Nevada County income limits is flawed. Additionally, as part of this discussion, the workforce housing ordinance can be reviewed. There isn't a specific recommendation related to this item. It's just for your review to see how it's performing and what projects have been subject to the workforce housing requirement. This ordinance was updated in 2018 to simplify and add alternative equivalent proposals. And then it requires annual check-ins, as always, and then the council can choose to initiate amendments at any point if you see that there is anything that we need to address. So there are a lot of words on your screen, but I've identified the non-residential projects that are subject to the workforce housing ordinance, which include a grocery outlet, which is approved with 3 low-income workforce housing units, Coburn Crossing, which was required to do 6 workforce housing units. The Rock Building F was required to pay 43% of an affordable housing in lieu fee. High Altitude Fitness was required to pay 67% of an in lieu fee and also dedicated 0.3 acre portion of the project site to the town for future construction of affordable housing. And then the town of Truckee Public Service Center garages was also approved during this time period, but previously fulfilled its workforce housing requirements with the construction of Frishman Hollow Phase 1. Projects that were exempt from this ordinance due to the size or employee generation were additions for the most part. Old Trestle Restaurant and Distillery was an addition to an existing building. Their size was below the threshold that required workforce housing units. Truckee Sanitary District Vehicle Storage Expansion was also below that threshold, and then Trout Creek Recreation Center project amendment was also below the size threshold. And then, of course, we have quite a few areas that are under master plans or specific plans and have their own workforce housing requirements. We did have, so it's not really pertinent to this ordinance, but for just your general understanding of what is required within our community. Within the Jorger Ranch specific plan, Truckee, Tahoe Lumber, and Soaring Ranch were approved in 2018, and they're subject to the Jorger Ranch specific plan requirements, which set aside 4 acres for a multifamily residential project at 18 dwelling units per acre for future workforce housing, and payment of in lieu fees to fulfill their requirements. In the rail yard grocery store was approved in 2017, and the Truckee Art House movie theater was approved in 2019, and they were subject to the rail yard master plan development agreement, and those affordable housing requirements would likely be met through the artist lofts that are currently under construction. And then the village at Gray's Crossing was also approved this year, and they're subject to the Gray's Crossing specific plan requirements, which required 9 moderate income units, which they're providing within their project. So that's all I have for the workforce housing discussion. We can discuss that further if you have any questions. But tonight, staff's recommendation is to adopt resolution number 2019-68 to approve the updated affordable housing in lieu fee based on the short-term calculation process of which would create an $81,176 in lieu fee, and then review the workforce housing ordinance and provide direction to staff if there is any.
All right. Thank you, Yumi. At this point, we'll open it up for clarifying questions from council.
Yumi, I wish had you made that presentation to me this weekend, you would have saved me a couple of hours. There's a lot of information here, and it's pretty complex, and then trying to understand where this came from, how it got developed, that whole calculation, but really well done on the presentation. That makes it much more understandable. My only question is, what is entailed and how much does it cost to produce a comprehensive report?
I'm just going to take a shot in the dark. I would say probably like 40 to 60,000.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. Yumi, were you able to review Commissioner Tarnay's comments and income calculations and provide any feedback to us on sort of how she dug pretty deep there? I sort of had the same, not digging deep, but off the top of my head, sort of types of assumptions. Can you speak to that a little bit?
I would say that her conclusions are, I would say I didn't do the research, so I don't know if I can't make that conclusion as scientifically or technically, but I would say that it is likely that her conclusions are correct.
And just as a order of process for this agenda item, we can amend the resolution in front of us should we so desire.
Yes.
To either a different amount, right, without having to make findings of a nexus to something.
Well, it would depend on the amount. If you tripled it, you probably would make some findings. Yeah, a simple amendment such as we choose not to make a change, we'll go with last year's, would not require us to have to go through. No, it'd be modifying the methodology a little bit, but wouldn't require us to go through a big study.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Jessica, anything? Okay. Just sort of a broader general question. With the in lieu fee, do we know how much was generated, for example, last year from in lieu fees collected? Nothing? Zero. Okay, so 0 last year or the year before?
We did actually make around $20,000 this year from a small 4-parcel subdivision.
Okay. So about 20,000 this year, and is that something we're tracking? I mean, this funding is going into a pool, right?
It's in a separate account.
I just put the financial statements back in my office that I could have looked at, so I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I could have asked the question prior to, but anyway, it just sort of prompted that question. We're talking about this, and I'm just curious. The reality, what the reality is in terms of what this fee actually generates.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of them. In the past, there have been a couple very large ones because of sort of special arrangement, if you will. I think Danielle was saying Old Greenwood ended up with a big chunk of money that went into the artist lofts ultimately. But, we'd prefer to get units. And so the policy and ordinance is entirely focused on trying to get real units where we can, and building a quarter of a unit doesn't work, so you have to have something to kind of pick up the slack. But it really is, where the hope would be, we'd rather have a housing unit.
Okay. So any funding that is collected is going into a pool. In that pool, actually, we were talking earlier tonight about the $2 million. Perhaps some of that $2 million may have come from fees.
No, the $2 million was all general fund.
That was general fund, okay.
Yeah, that was a council decision. The $1.65 million that went to the artist lofts, I believe part of it was in lieu fee and part of it came from other funding sources.
Okay, so that was the Old Greenwood example?
Yes.
A bigger, okay.
Yeah, big chunk of it.
All right, thank you. That's all I had. Any other questions? We'll open this up for public comment. If there's any public comment, please step forward and state your name.
Hi, I'm Susie Tarnay. So it was a lot of work, and can you hear me? And so I'm going to try and go over it real quick here. Hold on to your seatbelts. So thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity for this. Frankly, I spent far too much time on this weekend, sorting through county, state, and national websites and data sets, to the detriment of my family weekend time and possibly my own sanity. So quick recap. The town staff is recommending lowering the in lieu fee. This is based on an adjustment factor in our in lieu fee formula. One of those factors is the AMI, or the area median income. The AMI comes honestly from a national level down through the state and down to us. It is a county-based statistic. So this year's AMI went up by almost 16%, which actually equates to about more than $11,000. So our median income went up $11,000. So our formula refers to this AMI as local buying power, and therefore, according to our formula, since the community can afford to buy more, we need to put less into our affordable housing subsidies. But is that really true? It doesn't really pass the head-scratching test for me, because I know of absolutely no one who got a 15% raise this year. So I went to the data. It appears to me the only reason this number went up is because, and this is for the county of Nevada, a net of 500-some families below last year's median moved out, and a net of 100-some families above the median moved in. So that's not really good news. That means we're losing our working class families. That means we're losing town diversity. We're becoming less equitable, and we're requiring our low-wage workers to drive farther. For an example, at the CHP open house today, over 70% of their employees drive in from out of state. So could I be wrong? Sure. This was not my job. This was just something I fell down the rabbit hole of. There are many things that are still unclear on this. I hope to meet with Richard Anderson, our county supervisor, and get his take on these numbers. I assessed the data from the 5-year average set. There's also data from the 1-year average set, and that should be assessed as well. HUD, the Housing and Urban Development at a national level, makes some adjustment to these numbers, and I have no idea what that is. It's a black box thing. I do have to say, though, HUD says, the purpose of its adjustment is to increase the income limit for areas where rental housing costs are unusually high in relation to the median income. So using that to determine buying power is an incorrect usage of that number. So in conclusion, I think our in lieu housing fee calculation needs to be reassessed. The current formula may give a negative feedback loop, lowering subsidies when lower income families give up and move out. Dropping the money collected doesn't benefit anyone. This collected money isn't a penalty on builders. It is used to help other developers build affordable housing. Lowering that collection takes money from developers and contractors and provides fewer resources for our working families. Please do not approve this fee update. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie.
Hello, everyone. Clint Stitzer with Built regarding Coldstream. Quick question. When someone has to pay a fee in lieu, it goes to the town, and then the town hopes to deploy that such that it comes back in a way. I know we talked about replenishing funds. Is that the general idea?
You want to answer that?
Sure. Basically, yes. It goes into a fund that can only be used for affordable housing. And so it's used in some manner to support a future affordable housing. Usually we wait until there's enough money to do something with it that seems worthwhile. But and so the most recent example was a major subsidy to the Artist Lofts 77-unit low-income, very low-income housing project in the rail yard.
Got it. So crazy idea, totally just narrow in thought. But one way to maybe get that into work right away rather than wait until it's big enough to impact a project and to incentivize developers to be okay with it would be to say, instead of paying a fee in lieu that just goes bye-bye, provide them a path to directly lend to a primary residence owner who wants to develop an ADU. So if you say, hey, instead of giving a fee in lieu to the town and we need to build a pool big enough before we can deploy it in some way, shape, or form, rather than giving us a fee in lieu, if you agree to originate a mortgage, a second mortgage to secure and finance an ADU, you could, in this essence, create a pathway. And again, there's probably some complexities, Andy, that I'm not thinking of, but it would be a scenario that'd be more desirable from a developer's perspective to say, rather than $50,000 just being gone and me having to amortize that into the cost, and I understand that it helps other developers go, so I'm not fighting that in any regard, it might be worthwhile to have that money activated by the developer, and there's a mission for that to eventually come back to that developer, and it immediately deploys it into the ADU goal. Just thought. I'd be more likely to fund in that regard.
Thank you, Clint. Appreciate it.
Good evening, Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. I didn't have a chance to read Susie's deep dive. I will now, but I think just sort of on the surface, it doesn't make sense. You know, this was, and I didn't do my entire homework on this. We have had a history of weighing in on this fee and really looking at the fee structure, and we've participated in looking at that with the town. But just from the surface, it doesn't make sense to have a lower fee when everything else, the cost of the construction, the median home price has gone up. So that's just sort of a common sense factor in looking at this. And I'm going to read Susie's letter. I feel a little bit guilty that I maybe have pushed her down the rabbit hole on this. But I think this is important. And I think, you know, hearing from the planning division that we haven't had a fee generated really illustrates that this is really the last resort. But if we have this in a smaller project is coming forward and they're not going to build, we need to have that fee to be comparable to actually helping to generate future housing. So I think it's important to maybe take a deeper dive on this and maybe hold off on approving this item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring this back to council for discussions. Deliberations.
One more quick question of staff. Is there a deadline or a time limit or a reason to stick to this schedule?
It is an annual update, so this resolution from 2018 kind of sunsets November-ish. So we would need to either renew it to keep the status quo or to come up with another calculation method.
Start off. So I would say my recommendation would be that we continue on with the fee as is. I think to all the points that have been made, nobody's paid into it. That's actually a good thing. That means they're building units or utilizing some other form of what's happening out there. To Clint's points, we do have an equivalent proposal, alternative equivalence. That's also built into the code, and that seemed to be a little bit what he was referring to, and we could kind of couch that in that category. So I'm still on board for the alternative equivalent conversations. I'm on board for keeping the in lieu fee as it is, and I think primarily my gut told me, and as I sort of mentioned before, was earnings haven't gone up. To me, it is just higher incomes moving into our community, driving that income number up. So without having to move forward with a complete overhaul necessarily of the in lieu fee calculation, I don't necessarily think that's warranted right now. I think this might be a blip. I would be willing to give it another year. Let's just hold true where we are, and come back to it in a year and see where that calculation takes us at that point. But that's where I'd be pretty happy with at this point.
Okay, and Yumi, would you mind reminding us the current fee today was 90? Was it 90?
88,000.
$93,490.
93,490. Okay. Thank you.
We're just going back and forth here a little bit, trying to find if this is where council's headed, trying to find the easiest way to get you there, because the current resolution has some language in it about using the formula of the update, and so we just want to make sure we do it right.
Okay. So we've only heard from one, so we're not sure where we're headed yet. So
and then we'll come back to you, and you can type away over there and figure it out for us.
Oh, Jessica nodded her head, so we don't know what that means, but anyway.
Just to clarify on a council members Klostad's question about whether or not we need to make a change today. There is an exhibit within the resolution from last year that says that the town council may modify the fee by resolution on or about November 1st. It doesn't mean you have to.
The word may, not shall.
So doing nothing, the existing in lieu fee and formula perpetuate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Who'd like?
Yeah. I'll take next. I'll stay next out here. So, while I understand exactly what the lieu fees are about, and I see how they function in a town attaining affordable housing, I do think there are some things I always keep in mind, and although it may not, with all due respect, it may not be considered a penalty, but it is an extra cost. It's an added cost of building. And every time you're adding cost of building, I can keep saying the same thing, maybe beating the same horse, whatever, it changes the projects we have. It affects the developer every single time. I don't care what anyone thinks. That's a true fact, because it all comes down to money and how it pencils. So although I may not, I think our thinking needs to be continuing to change. I think Clint's idea, although maybe not perfect for this scenario, I'm not really sure, but it's innovative. Those are the kind of ideas we need to be coming up with in ways to help developers feel better about what they do with the money if they're going to pay an in lieu fee, if they're going to build something. But overall, the cost is cost, and if we want something, we got to find ways to make it work and get out of the way, and let the professionals build who are professionals, and not put more restrictions or hurdles or regulation in place to add those costs. And I think we need to keep that in mind. And like I said, I understand why we have this. I understand how it works. But don't forget what it really is. It is, in one way or another, it's a tax, and that's what it is. So as far as wages go, I was thinking about this because we had that conversation the other day, and it was, although I can't say I've been giving a lot of my employees 15% raises as they would love to, I will say this. I have had to go through a little hiring this last summer, which was unexpected for multiple people, and I had to increase my salaries for the people I was hiring by as much as 20-25% in order to find people. So although maybe there is a wage increase happening, that probably is more due to new people coming in and there's other people leaving, but don't underestimate the fact that it costs more to hire people nowadays than ever before, and it's affecting everyday business. So just, I mean, I don't know if you're having the same thing going on your end, but it's happening on my end. So.
Right, and I think right along with that, housing prices are whether it's buying or renting that's why we're paying our employees more, is because it costs more to live, which feeds into let's leave the in lieu fee the way it is. At least in my opinion, I know that we're not necessarily in agreement here.
Exactly, and I get that, and like I said, I get that. But I think the reason why it's also costing more to live is for lots of reasons. But then what can we do as a town to help keeping the costs in check? And that's maybe not discussion for now, but to keep in mind. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
I think I'm more aligned with Dave on this one, where at least for now, keeping it where it is. I think it was, what was it, a 13% drop? That's a pretty significant decrease. And we can always revisit, I mean, in 1 year, right? So we make this decision now, and then next year, maybe we put some more effort and time into really looking at where we're getting our numbers from and what realistically is happening. Because personally, I don't know. I was a local employee, and now I am not a local employee. So I have moved outside of the area to earn my income, which is lower than what it used to be. So everyone has their own story. Everyone has their own situation. I love the creative ideas of alternative uses of the fee, and maybe, I don't know if putting it into a pool for ADUs or putting it somehow making it feel or come from a place where the perspective is that you're actually making a real difference as opposed to the money's just going away. But for right now, it does. And Susie, I really appreciate you spending your weekend going down the rabbit hole. And so for me, I feel like that's substantial enough to say, hey, I'm okay leaving it like it is for another year.
And let me just, status quo works for me for the moment as well. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I understand it, so I can go along with that program as well.
It's good to know that is an option. Given the amount of fees collected versus the cost of doing a comprehensive study, I don't think there's a good cost benefit return on investment there. And so I don't think that's a good alternative. I don't think lowering our in lieu fees is appropriate at this time. So aside from some other things that I would like to look at this, perhaps the next go around, or if we're going to ask staff to bring this back to us, I would like to look at those minimum square footages. I think the 300 or 3,500 square feet is a pretty large number to exempt. And I would like to look at the percentages, but at this point, in order to make sure that we're not derailing this conversation, I would be okay with continuing with the status quo. But I would like to look at some more of these details and understand the reasoning behind some of those percentages in the past.
Okay. I too would like to thank you, Susie, for your research. And that explains why I did not see you on the e-bike this weekend riding around town. So, okay. Yeah, I have mixed views. I mean, I was here in 2017 at the time, so supported the reinstitution of the fee. I understand the logic behind it. I too would support the status quo, keeping it as is for another year. I do question, though, the effectiveness of the fee at the end of the day. Asking the question about how much are we actually collecting. Perhaps it really will kick in again when we have a large scale development come back and can help replenish the pool. But same token, we
Lower the square footage minimums.
what's that?
Or we lower the square footage minimums.
Yeah. Well, that too. Construction costs have gone up considerably since 2015. I mean, we've seen 25% cost escalation, which kind of gets back to why we're at $400 a square foot now for costs. So getting housing built is ultimately the goal here, and it's already extremely expensive to do when you consider hard costs and soft costs and the fees, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my hesitation here on this whole thing, thinking about, well, how effective is this really? Or are there other things that we can do to get housing built? And I know we are doing other things to try to get housing built and incentivize it. So, appreciate, Clint, your thoughts about, creative thinking on where these kinds of funds go. If we are collecting in the pool, that effectively means that we can still be creative about how we allocate. So I think that's reassuring. So anyway, I guess bottom line, feels like we've got a consensus up here to keep the fee as is for another year, and we can think more about it over the course of that year.
So we may need to bring back a different resolution to be able to do what you just said properly, because the way it's written in here, we'd have to unwrite a whole bunch of stuff to kind of get us back to the 93,000.
Andy's pretty good at that kind of stuff, right? On the fly, right?
I can do stuff on the fly, but I need to look at last year's resolution to see if there's anything in it that we need to undo to maintain the status quo.
Okay.
So if we need to bring something back, we will.
Do you want to bring it back then in 2 weeks? Would that work?
We can either bring you a resolution in 2 weeks or tell you that, surprise, no resolution's required in 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. Very good.
There will only be 3 of you in 2 weeks. So that's when it sounds like a consensus. So I don't think it makes any difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Then I think we're done with that particular agenda item, right? For now. What's that? Oh, could it come back as a consent item then, or would we need to?
Yeah, it can.
Yeah. Okay. At this point, given the discussion up here. Okay. All right. Thank you again, Yumi. Final discussion agenda item of the night, 7.6. Staff report, the Truckee Chamber Visit Truckee Visitation annual report, and the Truckee Tourism and Business Improvement District 2018-19 annual report. So Hillary, I believe you're going to guide us through this item, along with perhaps Colleen.
That is correct. And Colleen's going to come up to join me since she cannot see the slides on the large screen. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. For our last discussion item tonight, we have the Truckee Chamber Visit Truckee Destination and Marketing Report, and the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District 2018-19 annual reports, which are combined together into one. So I'll kick it off with a brief intro, and then I'll turn it over to Colleen Dalton to provide some updates and some more exciting information. So just as a reminder of sort of how these two different components fit together, this is an overall marketing program which is being called Visit Truckee, which comes from two different funding sources, which both funnel into destination marketing. One of those is the 4-year contract between the town and the Chamber of Commerce, which funds a number of different things, most of which was reported on to council back in September or October. The destination marketing component of that contract we've saved for tonight because it is tied in with the rest of the marketing work that's being done under the second funding source, which is the TBID, or Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District Assessment. That's a 2% assessment on short-term lodging. The Chamber Board is designated as the Owners Association that manages that funding. Under that, they have a TBID committee that is a standing advisory committee to the Chamber Board. And the goal of that is to broaden the appeal of overnight visitation in Truckee. So tonight, what is council's role? First, for the chamber contract component, that contract is a 4-year contract. It requires that the chamber present updates to council in person twice a year, and that's really just your opportunity to provide any feedback, ask questions, weigh in throughout the course of that contract. We're now in our final year of the contract, so we'll be bringing back some sort of more robust discussions on what happens next in the future after the contract expires at the end of June this year, at a later date. For the TBID component, the TBID is collected through the town's tax collecting authority. Your council is responsible for approving the formation of a TBID and approving any renewal of the TBID, which is also expiring at the end of September next year. Under the TBID formation, there's what's called the Management District Plan, which is the guiding document that talks about exactly how the funds are assessed, what they can be used for, what properties they're collected from. And your council approves that management district plan and then would need to approve any changes to it throughout the TBID. And then when we do come up for renewal, you'll be asked again to approve any new management district plan. Under the management district plan and the TBID law, there's a requirement that we have an annual report from the Owners Association, the chamber, which reports on the previous year's activities, budget activities for the following year, and your council's role is to approve the annual report as submitted, or you can initiate a process to make modifications if you so choose. That's a process that has multiple steps, including hearing and a resolution. So we wouldn't be making any changes tonight, but you could direct staff to begin that process if that was something that you were interested in. TBID's budget process, the management district plan dictates or the list of different things that the funding can be used for. Then each year, the TBID committee puts together a proposed budget on how they would like to spend those funds. That is approved by the chamber board. Those two steps have already occurred. What we're asking for tonight is approval by council as part of your approval of the annual report for what the proposed budget looks like for fiscal 19-20. On your screen, for the benefit of those who can see, is a snapshot of the budget for fiscal 19-20. I won't go into that in detail. The one thing that I did want to highlight is the venue development bucket in that, which is just over 50% of the $1.7 million budget. So that's the largest component that they have in their budget. In their budget that has been approved by the chamber board. That funding was intended to be used primarily for partial funding of the ice pavilion project. As our council members are aware, the recreation district has indefinitely stopped work on that project just in the past couple of weeks, which happened after this budget was approved. The TBID committee has not yet determined how that might change the budget moving forward and how they may choose to reallocate those funds or allocate it towards a different venue development project. So that's just sort of an open question that we still don't know what will happen with that. And with that, my recommendations tonight are to accept the Visit Truckee annual report and to approve the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District annual reports. But first, I'd like to turn it over to Colleen Dalton for a presentation.
Okay. Switch seats. Okay. Let's see if I can put this one over here. Oops. right, good evening. Colleen Dalton, Director of Tourism and Economic Programs. Thank you for the privilege of your 10 minutes of time. And I'm not going to give away my shot. I just saw Hamilton down in the city. So for Visit Truckee, there are 3 strategic plans with very different timelines. Organizational, 3 to 5 years, sales and marketing, 1 to 2 years, and destination or brand development, which is more of a 10-year outlook. While Visit Truckee acts like a destination marketing organization, or DMO, as it is known in our industry, the structure is a mouthful. This has proven to be confusing for local stakeholders, event producers, and the press, not to mention visitors. Exactly who is responsible for a healthy tourism sector in Truckee? That is Visit Truckee, with a clear mission and goals focused on lodging and also on tourism-dependent businesses such as restaurants, retail, recreation, retail, and groceries. For lodging, we reached a record-breaking $42 million in sales last fiscal year. And strong lodging sales drive strong TOT, sales tax, jobs, and our economy. Yet Visit Truckee does not have decades of DMO branding, reputation, community building, or awareness like our competitors. And for the benefit of the audience, this is a slide with logos of many other destination marketing organizations out there, such as South Lake, Monterey, Santa Barbara, Mammoth Lakes. So who are you going to call about tourism in Truckee? This can be very confusing. In fact, today, an email was sent to the town clerk about a fly fishing festival. So people don't know who to go to. Clarity in our community and in the marketplace is one of Visit Truckee's highest priorities. For the first time ever in Truckee's history, Visit Truckee baselined key hospitality metrics, including average hotel occupancy at 53%. That is far lower than the California average of 75%. And now, while these baseline metrics are a milestone for success, and with a lot of help with Kim's team, we believe there is room for improvement in accuracy, and we look forward to working with town on common goals for accurate compliance. So how does Visit Truckee drive tourism? Well, we have your usual e-newsletters. We send that to 28,000 subscribers, up from 19,000 last year. We use social media, showcasing our beauty, the landscape, our off-the-beaten-path trails, now reaching 59,000 followers with 11 million impressions last year. The more positive an impression about a place, the higher the likelihood to visit. Special events focusing on mountain cuisine, entertainment, and sports tournaments, all resulting in one of our most important marketing metrics as opposed to hospitality metrics, is website traffic. With TBID's funding, that insurgence of funding in 15-16, we started that year, we increased sessions from 95,000 in 15-16 to 450,000 just last year, and that is sessions on the website on Truckee.com, the majority of which is outside of the area. But it is a very competitive landscape. Special offers and PR help us compete. In fact, the value of our PR coverage, meaning if you had to pay for the PR coverage instead of getting it for free, reached $13 million this year, up from $6 million the year prior. But it is not business as usual. Every year is a guess. We plan, and yet we also need to be nimble enough to react and change even media plans on a monthly basis. Big winter, no winter, clear skies, wildfires and smoke, landscape and beauty, or trash and traffic. Which is why culture, cuisine, wellness, and connection in nature can be and our strongest constants in this ever-changing climate. And while outdoor recreation is our bread and butter, it is highly unpredictable. We just cannot rely upon outdoor sports to continuously be the primary driver of tourism. So we focus on reasons to come that are not climate dependent, tapping into a national cultural need to de-stress through not only a sports adrenaline rush, but also through wellness and nature, creativity and entertainment. And sometimes just a cold, locally brewed beer does the trick. So now more than ever, Visit Truckee needs to look 10 plus years out with a destination development strategic plan that is highly collaborative with town, districts, the community, and others. In fact, Visit Truckee has a great economic responsibility for sustainable tourism in addition to social responsibility for our environment and quality of life. Visit Truckee leadership, currently the TBID subcommittee, knows that protecting the Truckee brand, building goodwill and trust in the community is place-based preservation. And frankly, that is good business. So we are seeing a paradigm shift for the future of Visit Truckee from a DMO to a DMSO, a destination marketing and stewardship organization. This does not mean putting a gate up at the I-80 off-ramp or charging an entrance fee to Truckee, like Venice. This does mean looking at how Visit Truckee can manage messaging, much like other destinations such as Monterey are facing. With our large reach and influence, we can shape behavior, driving shoulder season and ways visitors can respect and protect our authentic mountain town during their stay. This does mean Visit Truckee engaging with our locals, asking for their help, working together at individual and institutional levels. Locals can play a major role in helping to educate our visitors, especially frontline workers and families with visiting friends. This may mean crafting visitor messaging that is rewarding versus punitive. This is a photo of a doggy poop dispenser in Italy I took a few years ago. Bravo. Congratulations for grabbing your poop bag. Fun and friendly, Truckee is a welcoming, inviting town. We don't want it to be punitive. And we need to balance that behavior messaging with the positive economic impacts of tourism, jobs, and tax revenue. This will mean looking at destination stewardship plans championed by other DMOs or DMSOs. It's a movement and it's not a moment. Most importantly, this means a forever commitment to planning for the economic impacts of climate change in regards to our tourism industry, as was highlighted the other night at the climate workshop. So we do believe it is time to shift or get shifted, protecting our quality of life while supporting tourism as the backbone of our economy now and for decades to come. And that's a little bit of a departure from your written report, but we're going to take our best shot and now open up to questions on perhaps that very detailed report.
Thank you, Colleen and Hillary. Nice overview. Any questions from council?
Hey, thanks, Colleen. I always appreciate having you here, and you're always very, very thorough, so I appreciate that. So the budget was $1.7 million, and half of it was going to venue development. So what are your thoughts? Do you have any ideas about, that's a significant amount of money. What's going to happen with that now? And how does the board feel? Had they already approved the budget before?
Yes.
So what's the status?
We just found out that news pretty recently, and that's a very large amount, correct. And there are a lot of options and a lot of roads to go down, whether that's infrastructure or somehow that might play into the renewal process. I think we can ask for a public comment from Chair Jim Winterberger is here tonight, but it has not been formally discussed. But it sure will be.
I do have one question, Colleen. How's it looking out there in the marketing world? Are your dollars going as far as they used to? We're seeing everything else kind of cost increases. Are you seeing the same thing in the marketing arena? Does that impact your future budget?
Absolutely, and that's one of several bucket line items. That's the sales, marketing, and PR line item. And I can tell you the same agency, the contract 3 years ago is probably gone up by 50%. And that's just contract specialists that we use, anywhere from 20 to 50% on their hourly rate. And then it's a pay-to-play game out there these days to reach on Google or Facebook or Instagram. And you just won't be seen or heard these days unless you pay to play. So yeah, our costs continuously go up.
Thank you.
I have a question, and I'm not even sure. So, common things are being talked about over tourism and whether it's real or not, but 53% occupancy rate would suggest that that's not a true statement. But from what you guys are saying are you seeing that that is a true statement, or that the 53% is really that we have a lot more capacity to go from your point of view and from Chamber's point of view?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. That's a hotel occupancy rate, not our inventory occupancy rate. So when you add 420 hotel rooms with about 1,600 homes in the STR inventory, property managing independents, you're looking at about a 2,100 units and hotel rooms inventory. So then the question is, do you have enough marketing per available room or the inventory to get the occupancy going? So that is called MPAR, and that's in the report. And if our budget decreases and the inventory stays the same, you have less marketing dollars to actually make it a viable business for an independent property manager or a hotel. Does that make sense? It's almost as if you had 10 REIs in town, and you just can't have enough customers for that. So on the hotel side, it is concerning. It's a very strongly weekend-driven market, and 53% means a hotel room is empty almost half the time. And in the ski industry, it's the same thing. It's just butts on chairlifts. It's you have all those operating costs. You got to get people in the chairlifts.
So, with you saying that, it kind of sounds to me that the view is that there's still more capacity, that we need to keep driving the tourism to fill hotel rooms, to fill chairlifts,
to fill all of our inventory, actually. So the greater the inventory, the more leads or lead generation we need to fill into the funnel to keep everyone at a sustainable business level.
Right. Okay.
I might just let me say something really quick and just correct me if I'm wrong, and I definitely don't want to jump in. It wasn't a question. It was slightly more of a comment, but stewardship is a perception, right? And I guess that is a question too. I mean, so stewardship to me is a perception, and I'm interested in hearing maybe how you view it. It's a perception both from your locals, but also from your visitors, right? And so over tourism is a statement on that perception, right? What it also gets to, which you highlight, is a land use policy, which we will have the opportunity to speak about as well in the future, right? So again, this gets to unlocking empty things, and this kind of all goes hand in hand, which is personally why I enjoy being so involved with the TBID and everything that goes on there. But maybe just talk about that perception of over tourism versus stewardship and how those go hand in hand, and really what I think you're presenting here, which is a different way to look at tourism marketing as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a global crisis. Over tourism, overloved. It is the number one topic at the Visit California conference. I mean, I think the population of California has perhaps doubled since I've moved here 25 years ago. So it's a strong economy. It is a perception, but it's also a reality, I think. So if we walk the talk, as an example, could our visitor center be more, have more products and items that fostered a sustainable culture, like reusable water cans and bamboo utensils? And it's not just a perception. I think it's how we act, walk, and talk in our own community, and that starts with us as the frontline people in restaurants and retail and, at the train depot, at the Welcome Center. So it's sustaining that cultural shift. And I think Visit Truckee we've been a little myopic And we realize that the stewardship is a short-term, more of a campaign and supportive plan, but also a long-run, a never-ending, forever commitment to the stewardship of our destination. Not sure if that answers the question, but it's a very complex one. It is the number one topic in tourism in the world.
And I wanted to address Tony's initial question as well a bit. I think the concept of what is your occupancy rate and whether that's at 53% or 75 or 90%, and whether there's over tourism or periods where we're sort of maxed out, having the complaints about we have too many people, we have too much traffic, those aren't mutually exclusive. The focus of the marketing strategy has been and needs to continue to be where are the periods where we're not as busy, and really focusing on midweek and shoulder season. Because we could be at 53% occupancy and still have some of those periods where it just feels unbearable to get around town. You're waiting in lines at Safeway and we feel really busy. So they're not mutually exclusive. So part of destination stewardship is thinking about sort of how do we have messaging or policies or plans, strategies for not sort of increasing those peaks so that they get even worse, but sort of helping to smooth out some of that visitation as well.
So Tony, we the golden opportunity is Sunday through Thursday. It is Sunday through Thursday. That's when the crickets in the wintertime, and that's when we need to get heads in beds. And then the other opportunity is to decentralize people from the popular areas, the Donner Lakes, the piers, and we're starting to pivot in that direction, leaning on the land trust for some trails and hikes that are off the beaten path. So we'll do a social media post that might have an image of bald eagles at Boca. Like, who would have thought? And a part of that stewardship is to get people out of these sort of peak, easy access trail overuse situations. And you guys, we think it's tough here. It is really bad in Monterey County and some other areas where they've I guess they've closed the poppy fields, for visitors. It became so bad, and I've heard horror stories. So it's not bad here yet, in my opinion. But let's get ahead of it. And I'm not a fan of sort of gimmicky, greenwashing, campaigny things. Like, let's look real at this and stem the tide of all of the things that cause trash and pollution, and take a hard look at these other programs out there. But there is Truckee, and there is Keep Truckee Green, and we're different, and there's some equity in that. So how do we leverage that messaging in a friendly, welcoming, inviting, non-punitive way that visitors can feel like they're helping the cause and they're coming here and doing things right? And it's just good business too. So,
Colleen, a couple of questions. There's a statement at least in the staff report, maybe it's for both of you, talking about key components of the strategy are geared towards the shared goal of focusing efforts on non-peak. So my question is this: it goes on to say, yet important to note that we don't have measurement of midweek or shoulder season specific visitation. So when do we anticipate that we'll have those metrics? I mean, if we're focusing on getting people here in those non-peak period shoulder seasons, yet we don't know how those efforts are performing, when do you foresee that information gap being closed?
That's a tough one. All of the assessed properties report on a quarterly basis, so I can't drill down to months or even weeks. I have seen other destinations do that. That could be a big ask for town to start requesting that information, even if it's accurate. We could possibly do some pilot asking on a sort of sampler level with some of our key players. I would take years to look at that, and there's so many other factors. And when is shoulder season? There's this sort of blending gray Was it stormy, a late start to the season or early start to summer? There's so many factors. It would almost be erroneous to do this microscopic look at, well, was that weekend higher than last year? We could do that if we had a major event, possibly, and the hoteliers look at that on their laptop in the committee meal last year when we talk about events. So it's challenging to be that microscopic. We could look at quarterly, year-over-year, shoulder season, fall, spring, for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, even something on a quarterly basis, I think that would be interesting to have that information, to know that, okay, if we're spending the dollars to drive visitation during these periods, ultimately, what are the results of those efforts? What are the numbers we're seeing? I think that would be interesting sort of statistical information to have.
I can tell you website traffic definitely is increasing, and I can look at that year over year. And then also we do what are called special promotions in the business, and we're running a $100 off promotion campaign if you stay in the shoulder season. And last spring that generated over 600 room nights, is how we call it in the industry. Yeah. So you can do things like that, as well as incentivize every single strong event producer that comes to our door to do it, and just assure them it's not going to snow in May 30th.
Okay. And then my second and last question, there was another sort of striking statement in a good way, in that it says, in the collaboration with the town of Truckee's finance department for additional data collection starting fiscal year 18-19, we identified Truckee hospitality key performance indicators for the first time in Truckee history. I mean, that's remarkable. I mean, that's a pretty, sort of watershed moment. However, metrics by month or by week are not available at this time. So my question, sort of a similar question. Great to have this new information. It seems like it's more spread out over the course of the year, maybe as a quarterly kind of thing. Will we get to that point where we could have more, month to month kind of information? Kim, you're shaking your head.
Well, I'm shaking my head because we have a half-time staff person who is dedicated to transient occupancy tax statistics, collection and reporting. Of course, we use Host, but to ask folks who are short-term renters, frankly, to do that kind of data reporting is probably unrealistic based on our experience. Hoteliers are very sophisticated and they know every single day, although they're not required to report to us on a daily basis. So is it possible in theory? Yes. Is it probable in application? Probably not. It'd be very challenging to get folks to do that.
Yeah, well, and I was not sort of heading towards the suggestion that we should be doing that ourselves. But if we hire groups like Host Compliance to monitor things, perhaps there are other consultant groups out there who might be able to perform that kind of a function. Maybe I think it would be interesting information to see. I know, I think in the lodging industry, there are these things called the STAR reports, which kind of look at that, but on more like on a property by property basis. Anyway, just
we hear you loud and clear.
I applaud. I applaud the report. I mean, great information, and having this for the first time in our history, I think, is remarkable. So, congratulations.
Thank you, and thanks to Kim's team. And we still have to work on accuracy.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? Open this up for public comment. Well, it looks like we might have public comment.
Comment on the last agenda item.
That clock says 30 minutes, right? 30 minutes of public comment. Jim Winterberger, I'll comment first as the chair of the T-Bid committee, and I'll make a couple comments as a business owner. Providing a general statement, I still think that there's some missing of the ball here. much like most of your evening tonight, this isn't necessarily about driving people here midweek, and this isn't necessarily about how much they charge. This is about yield. Yield could be a housing unit, yield could be an in lieu fee. This is about yield. And I don't necessarily care if I get 10% more in average daily rate on the 4th of July, or if I get somebody here on a Wednesday that may not otherwise be rented. In fact, I'd actually rather get it on the 4th of July, because then they're not here midweek, and then we're not hearing over tourism. There's 2 people in front of me at Safeway. Woe's me. Right? So that's kind of my general statement about yield, and I think that ball has been missed. And as TBID, has matured, and we're going to go back and revisit our mission statement, that's going to come up. Mayor Tierman, you made a comment about tracking. Absolutely, yes. I think this is a question that should be asked of host compliance. While they may not be able to give you finance behind it, they should be able to give you an estimate of occupancy, and then using the metrics from the town with average daily rates and whatnot, you should be able to make some assumptions. There's other data sets that we could look at, and I'd be happy to share with you some internal things, and we can track it down to the day and even the quarter of a day as we offer a late check-in or early check-out, that sort of stuff. And then council member commendatory, back to the over-tourism comment. It's totally subjective, and there are absolutely days where we are chock full of tourists, one too many. Are they second homeowners? Are they from Reno? These are infrastructure issues generally, and not so much a matter of people spending too much money and driving the local economy. It could be the behavior of any of the aforementioned groups. And I think the messaging of the destination marketing and stewardship, the stewardship message is, how do you deal with parking? How many cars are you going to bring? Is it really necessary to bring 3 cars? To a vacation rental that sleeps 6 people? That's not necessary. How are we going to handle our trash? Parking. We turn off lights at night. Things like that could be messaged through the stewardship. Do you have any questions?
No, but I will say, my comment was not, actually, I'm not worried about over-tourism. I just know it's a common conversation piece, and you guys are part of the main focus of our tourism drive, and our tourism has escalated. And so for me, it's just more like, where do you guys see this at? What's the capacity? Where do you guys draw capacity? I totally understand your yield. Having your pipeline full all the time is really important, and it's not, but from the other people out there, and that's not necessarily me, but other people out there who are people saying, well, there's too many people here, I can't do anything, I can't go to Safeway, I can't get the squaw, I can't do. It's just part of that puzzle. So that was where my question was coming from. Not necessarily a belief that I think we're over-tourism. I think it's a big part of our economy, and we need to maintain it, and you guys are part of that. So that's where that came from.
Thank you. I share your sentiment.
Just one comment. Jim reminded me. So Mike Kazmierski is the CEO of EDON, and he spoke to us at Good Morning Truckee about 3 years ago, I think, and he predicted 50,000 new jobs in Reno between 2017 and 2020. Where do we think those people are going for their R&R on the weekends? And day visitation, I think, is, and we said this before, is really impacting us. And we are on just wrapping up a year-long visitor intercept study that will be probably pretty enlightening as to what the visitor makeup really is. And day tourism, overnight tourism, it's not the same. It does not stimulate our economy the same or utilize our resources the same. And that should come out by February.
And that day usage is very, very true, particularly on the east side, through Boca, Stampede area. Day use is a huge growth up there. And then on the cycling world, for mountain biking, I'm beginning to see more and more Honda Civics and vehicles like that at our trailheads early in the morning, which means our day users coming up. They're not usually tourists or locals. So
Right. Right.
Thank you, Jim. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council. I think what we are, I guess we'll bring it back for any deliberation or discussion. We're being asked to accept the report. That's the action we're being asked to take tonight. All right. Okay.
I just wanted to be super brief and express my gratitude to Jim for being the chair of the TBID as long as I've been sitting there, which has only been since January. But the group has had some really challenging decisions and agenda items, and now it's just a very dynamic group with a lot of different interests. So I wanted to recognize your service on that and appreciate you being a part of the GPAC and now the ballot campaign committee, whatever that's called, as well. And also, seeing Colleen, we were at the conference together last month talking about the socioeconomic indicators. They're moving forward, and this is a really challenging space. And a lot of what we're seeing has been an impressive evolution over the past both couple years, and even from the last meeting, the presentation is slick and to the point, and I think shows how you guys are honing your message really effectively. So I wanted to just say good job and thank you for your service, both on that committee and keep up the good work as we move forward in a very productive manner over the next 9 months and many more after that.
I will just say I concur with you. And the stewardship part is actually a very interesting component, and we've done a really good job of bringing people up here, showing why many of us have been here for quite a while and love being up here. The little thing on my screen here keeps sticking at me, the mountain manners. Manners is a really big issue, obviously, in a lot of communities that have people come up and visit wherever they're at, whether it be Monterey or Truckee or probably any other community. And it's one of the parts that makes it keeps it moving forward and inviting more people up, because if you have good manners and supporting that in a marketing campaign is huge. So I think that kind of surprised me that's even in there, but I think it's awesome. So good work, and it's good to see it all working out the way it's been going the last few years, even though it's been tough sometimes on these days in traffic, but we'll live on.
Well, I concur with Councilmember Commendatore on the destination stewardship development. I think that's really key to our survival, both of it as a sustainable environment, but also an environment that people want to continue to come up to. And I think there's some great other examples out there, but there's also some local measures that are, I think, very successful that we could leverage, like the whole Take Care campaign. We don't have to reinvent this wheel. I think we could really leverage what already exists and create something that's unique to Truckee, but not overdoing what everybody else has already created. And I just want to applaud you. I mean, looking at some of the statistics, the year-over-year increases are significant, and I'm glad that you gave us that number of the 600 lodging units that took advantage of the $100 off midweek. Those are good points for us to see and identify as strategic measures that have been successful towards that particular target. So I want to thank you for your work. I want to thank everybody that stayed this whole time. Thanks. And I'm in support of accepting the report and focusing some future dollars, time, and commitment to the stewardship development.
I concur with everything that's been said before me. I don't know that I have a whole lot of anything new to add. I do in looking at the customer journey, which I think it's really interesting to see how all the kind of dominoes fall into place. But one of them is the friends rave that their trip to Truckee was amazing. And so it is important to make sure that when people are here, that when they're leaving, they're not saying, oh my gosh, we couldn't even park at the ski area, so we tried to get downtown, and then it was, parking was difficult and we had to wait in line to try and get some food at the Safeway. Like, it needs to be a good experience so that people are talking about their good experience so that they are returning and coming back, and it just maintains what it is that we have that we treasure. And I something else that kind of stood out is, yes, I know that we are the playground for Reno. I was just at the Kid Zone fundraising luncheon where I learned all about what they're up to, and there was a panel on helping children to become stewards of the environment. And one of the speakers was a PhD student in Reno who was with a field trip or with a group, and none of the children who were there, and I guess it was maybe the lower economic status, or I don't know who he was working with, but none of them had been to Lake Tahoe. None of them had seen what the lake looks like, and they all live and grow up in Reno. So I just feel like that's unfortunate, and maybe we should be looking at how can we share what we have in a way that's not going to be overburdening. And I'm kind of getting off topic, but to really so that our children can, or the Reno children, the local children, can come up and really be inspired by what it is that we have that might help them take that out into the community and hold a value or instill a value that they can keep with them for the rest of their lives. So thank you for all your work. Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Colleen. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jess. Just one comment on the reputation question. So we'll have 1,200 intercept surveys spring through all the seasons, and a critical question is, on a scale of 0 to 10, would you recommend Truckee as a place to visit to a colleague or friend? And that's the Net Promoter Score question, and that'll be very, very telling, because that will advise us of the future or intent, and it's not satisfaction. So we will have a baseline for that for the first time ever, and then we need to keep a very close eye on it, because if that starts trending downwards, that's the bigger problem. So, but thanks for noticing that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate hearing that, and I've just personally, I've gotten all sorts of feedback from people. Oh, you live in Truckee? Wow, I love Truckee. Oh, you live in Truckee? We ended up drinking wine all day because we had a babysitter and couldn't ski because there were no parking spots. So people have all of the experiences. So I think it'll be really, really important. It's a true story. Don't ask what I was doing at the talk to him. But
Friend marketing or referral marketing is priceless and more valuable than any advertising dollar. Period.
Yep. I'm glad that you'll be collecting that. So thank you.
I'll just simply second the sort of motion that has been expressed up here. Appreciation for all of the hard work, wealth of information in the reports. So I applaud, appreciate, and I'm ready to accept the report. So
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. We've accepted the report. Thank you so much for all the hard work and great info. Okay. We are ready for council reports. This evening, we're going to start with commendatory, Councilmember Commendatory.
All right.
You're ready.
And so it's been weird. It's been an extra week there. It kind of threw me off. So last couple weeks. So I met with Chief Selene. We're kind of re-engaging, but from a different angle on wildland fire and how it works with, and how we as a town, Truckee, and the right group of people to get together, which we're starting that already. Have a little meeting with that group of people and kind of see where it goes. Some of what we discussed in our team building meeting I don't know how long ago that was, but whenever that was. So that's kind of moving forward. That's obviously, if I have an issue, that's my issue. That's one of the things I think is important to kind of keep driving. So I'm going to keep it going. A few other things I attended: the Transit Center Study Advisory Committee, Climate Adaptation Strategy Stakeholder Workshop. That was the 6-hour event. Although I was only here for 5, I had to run out. I also attended the all-employee quarterly meeting last week. That was actually, I enjoyed that a lot. It was good to see, because there are people who make this town turn, and it was great being with them and having dinner or breakfast, lunch, whatever meal it was. My whole day. What time is it? It's 10 something. And lastly, I was at the event yesterday for the Veterans Day event, and that was my first time in all my years living up here I've ever made it to it, and I'm glad I did. It was actually very enjoyable. So that's my report.
Thank you, Tony. Councilmember Closeshot.
Yes, it's 10:15. Can I even read it? It has been a busy couple weeks. Last week we held the full-day climate vulnerability stakeholders workshop, came up with some strategies to deal with our anticipated impacts of climate change in our community. One of which is actually day visitor uses, trying to get out of heat and smoke and that sort of stuff, just what we were talking about. The next day was the Climate Ready Truckee Solutions workshop. We had, what was it, like 60 or 70 people in attendance. Yeah. We had to keep setting out chairs because all the chairs were getting used and filled up. It was great to see that turnout. I was so pleased. I attended my first countywide RDA oversight board. It took 20 minutes. It was the best meeting ever. And then I met with Heather and Michael, and I'm going to butcher their last name, Llewellyn, the artists and curators of the upcoming Forest Fire exhibit and education and outreach through art. I'd love to share with you some of that information since we share this issue. And then I attended the single-use reduction community workshop, which was also great, and a lot of people attended. We had great ideas coming up, and I really look forward to the staff report that's going to bring forth some of those distilled ideas, or better formulated. And then we had a GPAC meeting. And then we had the GPAC Climate Subcommittee meeting. And so I'm really glad to see those 3 weeks behind me.
Councilmember Abrams.
I did the Kids Zone Museum, their annual fundraiser lunch, it's really nice. I appreciate seeing what they're doing, and they really do a tremendous amount for our community, not just to give the parents a place to go, but in educating younger teenage age parents in raising their children and helping support them in continuing, with finishing school while also learning their parenting skills. So they always have great stories, and it's a successful event, which I enjoy attending. And that's it. I've been out of town a lot lately. Hopefully that's going to be changing shortly. So back in action.
Vice Mayor Pallaby. Thank you, Jessica.
I shockingly attended another TBID meeting. I know you can't all believe that one, but yes. Another TBID meeting, and then I attended both of the sustainability workshops, both with my 10-year-old daughter, which was super awesome and very much her wanting to go. I certainly did not drag her, and so it was really great to get her engaged and to really start to craft how we think of it in our generation, and how the next generation who's going to have to deal with it also thinks of it. So that was both the single-use workshop and the climate adaptation and vulnerability workshop. Both really well done by town staff. Thank you guys very much. And that was it for me.
Thank you, Dave. For me, as with Anna, the GPAC, which was on October 24th, gosh, almost 3 weeks ago now. And then let's see. This wasn't really mayoral role, but I did. This is kind of interesting. I think there was some relevance. November 1, I went back to my alma mater at the University of Arkansas on a dean's council there at the School of Architecture and Design, and the whole thing was about urbanization, housing, climate change, and resilience, and social equity. And that we had 55 architects from around the United States, mostly from the South, but interesting to see that in other parts of the country, other communities, they are grappling with the same sorts of issues we are grappling with here in Truckee. So that was really enlightening. And got to go to a college football game the next day, so that was fun too. The 4th, I attended a development roundtable. Danielle and Jenna put that on, invited a really good group of folks in the community who are actively working on different developments, and I think it was a great conversation, the start of a good conversation about process in our town, and yeah, hopefully we'll have more dialogue. November 6th and 7th, the 2 climate change workshops, climate vulnerability assessment. I gave some opening remarks and stayed for a little bit of that. A great group of community stakeholders in attendance and participating. And then the community workshop. Yeah, I was counting 70 to 80 folks at the community center, so that was a great turnout and a great event. And then yesterday, Veterans Day, commemorated that. Anna, you were there, right? Along with Tony.
And I was going to say what a great job you did. So you did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, that is such a special, moving event. And I'm going to guess there were over 100 people in attendance, veterans, 200 people attending at the square. What do we call it? Victory Plaza. Yeah. And I would encourage everyone next year to think about attending. Very moving. So, and that was it. So with that, we're going to adjourn, and our next regular council meeting will be the week of Thanksgiving. I think only 3 of us, I understand.
Yes. Do we have 3 for sure? Yep. Excellent. Great. Yeah, we're sorry we have to have that meeting. We were trying to find a way not to have it, but there's 2 items that have to be taken care of at minimum. There shouldn't be too many items. One is we have to do the second reading of the code to get it done January 1st, because it takes a while to kick into place. And then there will be an appeal, a land use project appeal, which will be the bulk of the time. There probably will be a couple other business items, but so we'll try to keep it to a minimum and serve turkey and gravy.
Okay, that'll keep us awake, right? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. With that, we'll adjourn, and thanks all who attended tonight.